So right now, good morning. It is, yes, we're all starting. So great to have you back this morning, all of you in person and online. And so I'm just going to do a couple of things first before we get into the more of the meat of the program, and just some announcements, housekeeping type things. Ken Love here had brought these flyers for the Hawaiian Tropical Fruit Growers Conference. So if you're interested in that, pick up a copy back there on the table. Also, there's a couple of forms that I'd be very happy if you filled out. There's one that's just a little questionnaire about who you are and all that. And then there's a evaluation survey, which is just a couple of questions. So if you could turn that in before you leave today, that would make me and, you know, NIFA and everybody else happier. Also, if you have not filled out the survey that we have, I have paper copy here that you can fill out. So it's, yeah, it's also online too. Yeah, so if we can, I can either give you copies of this or the link to online. Yep. Okay, so yesterday, just a short recap of what we did. We had some speakers. We had an overview of the survey that was completed, and we would like to get some more responses to that if possible. So if you have some more people able to do that, it's open to the end of the month. So that we had those results generated some very interesting questions about what the interests were. And we can discuss more about that today. And I think that certain topics like pests and diseases and things like that were high on the list. Johnny Hoblick from AgriStarch spoke a little bit about the situation in terms of propagation for passion fruit and where they distribute their varieties. There are two types that they have. Rain Rwada from Miami Fruit came and gave a very interesting talk about how they distribute exotic type fruits, tropical fruits, and the model for his business, which I thought was very unique and interesting and a lot of hard work. So that, but you know, that's the kind of people we need in this business to have a lot of enthusiasm. And then Ken Love from Hawaiian Tropical Fruit Growers gave an overview of production in Hawaii. Then we had a field trip to two different places. One was to the farm of Osvani Rodriguez, who has, what was it, 54 acres of land under passion fruit production, which is very large. And he grows mainly the red types, but also a little bit of the other, the yellows, I believe. Did he have yellow? Purples. Okay. So that was very interesting. It's a large farm, kind of high-end type production, lots of inputs into that system. And then we went to another farm, which is also high input. This was from Jackie Chin, and it's a high input type system, but they have an entirely different market than Osvani does. And Osvani ships flats to places across the country. Jackie mainly sells yellow passion fruit directly to New York and the Asian population there. So he has a kind of a built-in market already for his product, which I think is works really well for him. It seems to be anyway. And his farm's about 40 acres or. Okay, so it's 25 planted and another 25 will be planted soon. So that's a large amount of fruit there. We didn't get to go out in there because they were spraying and whatever, but it would have been interesting to look at those vines and kind of see how they were doing, especially after all the rainfall that had occurred there. He didn't have mounded, slightly mounded. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, good. Yeah. So after all the rain, there was 19 inches of rain here over a short period of time. And even though the soil, what we call soil here, I guess, drains well, there was still some flooding, which could impact the vines since they don't like the wet feet. And so it looks like perhaps the worst of it is not going to materialize, but we may see some of that. So that was a very interesting visit to both of those. It was a hot day, humid after the rain. And so it was great to see those sort of things. And then today, moving into today, what we want to do is have some discussion on certain topics. And what I hope to accomplish today is we get to more detail and more in-depth discussion on these topics, and also to have, by the end of the day, something that we can put into action. So essentially, who is interested in what projects, who is willing to participate, what kind of projects, and where are we going to go with those. So keep those things in mind as we go through the day. So one of the things that if you look on the agenda, we have this broken out into different sections. So we have breeding and genetics, pest, disease, horticulture production, marketing, extension, education, and then online. But in kind of thinking about this more and with the group that we have in the room, I think the best option for us and for online folks is to all of us participate in this discussion. So we have some time here, and we're going to kind of expand the length of time. So we may talk for each of these for about 30 minutes. So again, everyone in the room we'll start with breeding and genetics. We'll do that one. Everybody will participate in that, as will the online folks. So Haley is going to be monitoring for questions online. And if you have questions about that or comments, feel free to make that known, and we will do our best to address that as well. So I have to lead the first session is Josh Anderson and Manjul Dutt.
All right. To have a little bit of discussion on breeding and genetics, I'll give you a little bit of my perspective, is that breeding has a very important role in agriculture. A lot of the problems that growers and the supply chain faces can be solved or at least alleviated with having a superior cultivar of any particular plant. I strongly feel like breeding is the first quality control in a supply chain, and if we neglect the genetics, then sometimes we can find ourselves in a situation where we're really hurting because we didn't see into the future and see problems that we could have been trying to prepare for. So with, for example, we could see in the future, there's some particular disease problems in a country. that has passion fruit. And at the moment, they might not have a good way to control it, or we're putting a lot of chemical inputs to try and control that problem. If we were to look ahead and start off, breeding is really a long-term process. It's not something that happens overnight. So if we find these, and these really breeders really have to be looking out into the future, 30 years sometimes off into the future. So when growers have a problem, they needed it solved yesterday. And that's at least the perspective that a lot of us as researchers like to bring is it's hard to fund some breeding programs, but the support that growers give is very invaluable for researchers to push things out there and move research forward, so that we're helping you out and making everybody profitable. And that's really our goal. So with passion fruit, there are several established breeding programs throughout the world. Brazil has the largest number of programs within their country. They're the largest consumer of passion fruit. They're also the largest producer of passion fruit. They export not very much at all, because they consume it all within their own country. It's part of their culture. Other countries within Latin America also have breeding programs. There's several in Colombia, and a few in Ecuador, and several in some of the South African countries, and countries in Asia are starting to have a significant funding for their programs as well. And here in the United States, we had some research a long time back. That program kind of fizzled out, and we're starting to look into it now. We don't have a secure renewable source of funding at the moment, but with a lot of grower support, we can advocate to increase that. But really, the discussion I think we should have is what support and what issues do you think that breeding could help with. So it's kind of a two. Yeah. So I can repeat, or if you have a long question, I'll just hand you the microphone.
Keep in mind that if you're going to breeding, you have 4 very diverse locations so far that you're looking at, right? And with 4 diverse locations, Hawaii, California, Florida, and Puerto Rico, Tennessee, Mississippi. All right, 8 very diverse. But you have all these things, and I'm sure there'll be some similarity between some of them, but each one of those, besides having diverse needs, also have potential sources of funding. So the idea is to come up with something that a pool, or a way to put you have 4 different SARE groups represented there that you could be a cross-regional grant. Anyway.
Yeah, follow up on that. Given that, I always think that having a gene bank and a germplasm collection, and I'm not aware of the current status, but I think basically there's not a lot. So I think that germplasm collections and maybe a common nursery that goes across those sites, just to start to see. We saw Malliformis yesterday. That was sort of interesting for me. And so different species. And then where I've worked overseas, there's a lot of participatory breeding. And so some can be on farm, some can be on station. And so I think that's critical, is to have that, especially you're going to go into such a new environment like hoop house production, you know, not only like you might have some similarity between Puerto Rico and Hawaii, but then Florida is going to be an outlier. California is going to be an outlier. And then maybe in real soils, in, you know, in real soils, you're going to have another issue. So, okay.
What's the potential for cooperation with some of the other breeding programs? You know, you didn't mention Lebanon, Uganda, Israel. Ben Gurion University, the Negev has an extensive breeding program. So there's potential for collaboration with those, you know, I think as a head start. And anyway.
Yeah, I agree that collaboration will be something that is always going to help an industry. When kind of take a step and look into the economic side of things, is passion fruit producers and communities, they're not really competing against other passion fruit people. We might be competing against other tropical crops or other specialty crops. So if we all work together and promote the industry in a way, then we're helping. We're helping get the word out, educate the consumer. All of that is going to help everybody. If everybody's growing better, it's going to increase the supply, and maybe we can ship more out. But collaborating with international programs would be something that we want to look at. The focus of this conference, however, is what does the U.S. Area need? What do we need? We need to figure out our needs before we can go and say, this is what we need. And so, yeah, it's something we want to do. And I think that'd be like the step 2 after we do this. And that's kind of how Eric has guided it so far. And germplasm.
Well, in terms of the discussion, what I was thinking is that we would look at these and say, what if, I don't know how many of you done a SWOT analysis? Okay, you kind of know what that is. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, right? So what are the strengths that we currently have within breeding and genetics? What are the weaknesses that we currently have? And then in the future, what are the opportunities and what are the threats to being successful? So if you think of it in terms of that, I think that gives us a little more direction there to what we're kind of trying to drive at, you know, looking more minutely rather than the broader picture.
Yeah. So with breeding and genetics, where the question is are we looking for specific traits? Cold hardiness.
Yeah, mainly cold hardiness. We'd had our vines suffer quite a big loss, just having the temperature drop down to 28 degrees for one day. Mainly the trunk split, and the vine is fine except the trunk had split. So pretty much lost most of our vines that way. Just one night could do it.
There was heat tolerance, self-pollinating, yield. Yield is with fruits and specialty crops. Often we focus on quality a lot, but if there's no yield, how is it supposed to be profitable for anybody? Flavor. Nutrition. That's, I think, what gave Blueberry the kickstart, as they were able to get on how healthy it was and consumers bought into it really well. Fragrance is really important.
I think insect and disease tolerance or resistance is a key component, because you can have, cold hardiness, heat tolerance, but if the insects are transmitting viruses, and if the plant's going down because of viruses, doesn't really matter if it can withstand the cold, because it's not going to be productive.
To follow up on that comment and what Josh said at the beginning, that in breeding you need to have a very long-term vision. So currently we have a relatively small industry, but as the industry grows, there are a lot of potential threats in terms of diseases. So at least what I've seen in countries in South America is that the production of passion fruit is completely addicted to chemicals, and is one of the crops that needs more inputs in terms of chemicals. So looking at breeding and trying to obtain these superior varieties, the challenge will be to also predict what are those potential invasive pests or viruses that are very limiting in other places in South America, and how to have a strategy to be prepared for that in the future. No?
So on the same topic, and thinking about this SWOT analysis, so I feel like Florida is kind of in an advantage on that regard, because we have a lot of diseases, so high disease and pest pressure. So whatever survives here likely will make it. So I can see diseases and pests as in all the categories of the analysis, right? It's the strength, because we have a variety of diseases with different genotypes. So it's a good place to test, to screen germplasm against diseases and pests. It's a weakness, yes, because our industry has a lot of challenges on that regard. Opportunities to screen germplasm from other places. And of course, it's a threat, right? And, I'm going to talk a little bit more when I talk about diseases, but we have to think about the disease triangle, which means that you need the conducive environment, susceptible host, and a virulent pathogen. So if we are trying to go hand to hand with a cold hardiness and scape where these pests and diseases like to live and are conducive, that could also be a strategy for the other states, right? You're trying to escape. Now we are here, right? We can't just escape the environment. So the environment will be always conducive unless it gets too hot, which might. So I think that we can go hand to hand, but also we can take different strategies based on this disease triangle, that we can escape the disease if we cut one of those angles of the triangle.
Just to go back to some of the strengths, I mean, I think, you've got a number of universities and USDA interested in passion fruit. You have breeders and geneticists, and there are some very common issues, right? So, cold hardiness, disease resistance, insect resistance, so that I think you could form a consortium of these breeders together. And the granting agencies like to see multi-state, multidisciplinary projects. And so we have, all of us have entomologists, plant pathologists, and horticulturists. So putting together that type of thing, I think, is doable. It would be up to the industries and the growers and the producers in the various states and industries to put pressure on their land grant institutions, but also on USDA to fund those type of projects, because they do pay attention to that. If you have producers clamoring for, we want to see this happen, especially from multi-states, it's more likely to happen.
Just to follow up that point here about the funding, is this grant was funded here, but in reading the comments about it, the reviewers were saying this is a very minor crop, but let's give them $50,000 as a drop in the bucket, to do something. So, but you look at what we've done with that money so far in terms of the survey in this meeting, we have some definite data and concrete information now to go back to them. And with the support of the growers in this room and online, I think we have a lot more ammunition to say, hey, this is a really viable thing. There's a lot of interest. The market is there and it's growing. So, those things are extremely important for us in terms of trying to develop a consortium of multi-state researchers.
Just to follow up on what you're saying, as far as getting feedback from farmers, what as a producer can we do to ensure that we're directing our concerns and to the right people? Who do we contact? Is it our local extension agent, or is there somebody higher up that we should be writing these letters of inquiries to? And I guess that's the biggest point I wanted to make. And in addition to that, when we get going, because we don't have much passion fruit right now, but we are interested in going larger scale with that. Can we create a schedule to say have the extension out on a monthly basis to do testing, or what does that look like to have the extension come do testing or see what we're doing and then put it into your data bank and get some results or funding from that?
You want to address that first? And then
So yeah, so who do you write? So it'd be quite a few different levels. So, the land grant university, the extension agents, but also the specialists, and then the chairman or chairwoman and director of the research stations, but also department heads. So the horticulture department, the plant pathology, the entomology department. And then usually you CC the deans, CC, this is being recorded, CC the VP, seriously. So, and it never hurts to also talk to your county commissioners if you have them, but also state legislators, because it'll travel up. And so, and they're much more likely to act on something if it comes from growers. If I go and tell them, they're like, yeah, okay, go away. But if growers are knocking on their door and saying this needs to happen, much more likely to happen. So that's what I would do. And so, usually write something and you CC Planet Earth and just get it going.
Well, going back to breeding and genetics and SWOT analysis, the main weakness that I see in the US is perhaps a lack of genetic resources, but I think it's there. It's just maybe getting the Hawaiian collection, getting the Florida collection, getting material that we've worked with. I've read one of Josh's paper last night, and so if you look at those materials, which some came from Brazil, some came from interspecific crosses, there's a lot of wilds out there, especially named Incarnata, which I believe in a lot. So Incarnata is sort of a strength in this case. That North America is, somewhat as diverse as South America, and that it's an American crop. So there's a strength, in claiming that new world status, So in fact, Asia and Africa will come clamoring to us in the future, for that. So it's ridiculous that Israel's the leader right now, Okay, so not to get too technical, but when you're working with diversity of plant genetics, you often make a genome-wide association panel. And usually the minimum number is about 100, 200, 300. So I think a strength is in the US genomics and resequencing and price of sequencing compared to what people do in Brazil and other places. So I would suggest that be part of the project, a genome-wide association panel. And for those people that are wondering, what is that? Because people often call it GWAS and it sounds like grass, which is not. And so it's where you can use 200 different varieties, and by fingerprinting them, you can associate any trait like that cold tolerance with a set of genes that you're interested in, and then just follow those genes. And it's very easy to do with things like aroma and acidity, breaks, things like that. So I think there'd be some discovery there, especially because reading Josh's paper, you guys have a lot more inter subforms crosses in the germplasm that's already in Florida between Forma edulis and Forma flavicarpa, whereas in other countries they don't. So Colombia doesn't. And I don't know about Brazil, but I think Brazil is really a flavicarpa country with some edulis in the south under, someone told me, under some covering. Okay, so resequencing, I think there's need for more markers. The current amount of SNPs is mainly between species and not within species. So there's a need to take a look at that. And SNPs are what you use at ancestry.com or 23andMe to tell the differences between you and your husband, you know, and yeah, why you're so cute and why. Just I like you guys. Who's the letter writer? It identifies who's the letter writer. Okay, and then I was thinking maybe a strength could be biologicals in the U.S., like biological control, to try to diversify to that. And in opportunity, I can give someone else a chance and then talk about opportunities a little bit in a second. But I think interspecific crosses is an opportunity. So if you haven't written it down. Sorry, there's one.
All right, so the comment online is looking at value-added products and post-harvest activities. I think those are both something that was brought up yesterday with a lot of us with concerning the use of products that would typically be used for weight that would just go to waste. Potentially putting those into value-added products is definitely an opportunity. And post-harvest is something that we don't know very much about yet. So it yeah. Steve, if you wanted to comment on that, we'd be happy.
Get unconnected here or reconnected here. Thank you, Joshua. Hi, Steve Sargent here, professor in the Horticultural Sciences Department, along with Jonathan Crane and Manjul and Alan. And but I'm located up here in Gainesville. My area is post-harvest technology, and I've worked with a number of tropical crops, minimally with passion fruit, although we have some interesting information doing some like countertop ripening studies with passion fruit a couple of years ago. And we found that just keeping them in a high humidity enclosure on the countertop allowed them to ripen without shriveling up. And so they maintained a very turgid, shiny peel without shriveling and allowed the gel to form properly. So anyway, I think there's some potential to look at that as a marketing tool, pursue that more. We haven't done that. but also from harvest on, right? As you mentioned, there's a need, there's not a lot of information out there. We're concerned about having the fruit actually drop on the ground at harvest. Are there ways that we can reduce that, determine maturity standards and whatnot? So anyway, yes, I'm very appreciative of being able to be involved with this conference and look forward to participating more.
Thank you.
He just said high humidity to keep the fruit unwrinkled for longer. Would you remember what he said?
Yes.
Can
Like,
there's a certain percent humidity that
Yeah, so it should be
adds?
non-condensing. In other words, you need enough venting to allow the humidity, excess humidity to escape so that you don't have free moisture forming around the fruit, because that would, of course, would promote decay. So, we'd want something that would form around 85 to 90% humidity around the fruit during that ripening phase, rather than just leaving it on the countertop, because typical air-conditioned house is 40 to 50% relative humidity.
Is there an optimal temperature? I think on our boxes here, they've got 45 to 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Is that?
Yeah. It may be somewhat cultivar dependent. So that's probably why there's a range there. But certainly you're getting pretty chilly at 45 to 50. And we find with other ripening fruits that particularly if they're kind of early in the ripening stage, that low temperature will disrupt that ripening. And so they won't ripen with exceptional flavor, let's say, or aroma compounds because they're not able to develop due to chilling injury. So that's a concern. And that would also be a good target to look at, is to develop recommendations for each variety.
So I think we touched on quite a bit. There's if there's any other comments. Can you comment on which variety you did your work on? Because if you said it was cultivar dependent, it'd be interesting to.
Yeah, it was, we don't have the cultivar name. We just purchased them at the supermarket because we were simulating consumer level testing, right? So everything we purchased was from the supermarket, but we did have, the purple types.
Just throwing out some opportunities in the SWOT analysis. And talking to Jose Hurtado, bringing the Colombian experience in. There's a lot of controlled environment agriculture. So I'm wondering about that, especially hoop houses and escaping disease. So not having all those insect problems. I mean, you could pretty much get rid of that with screening. And also hoop houses could be controlled agriculture further north. So a lot of people might like that. And then I think an opportunity is one that's really far out there is, can you get, a 6-month passion fruit that produces at the end of the 6 months? It could be the home gardener's passion fruit. And then the other one is, the big advantage of being in the US is the fresh market, right? Not only for now, but forever. Because it's always going to be, fruit's always going to look better, because in those other countries, if it comes from Colombia, if it comes from Peru, it's probably going to have some of those spots, and it's going to look ugly after 3 weeks that it takes to get finally to the consumer. So being local, being close to the consumer, maybe farmers markets, and that speaks to diversifying the number of states that are there. And I think that's why you guys in California are doing something, because you have East Bay, West Bay community that's right there. You know, what about Los Angeles? What about San Diego? What about, yeah. So anyway, that's my comment for opportunities.
Yeah, it's dangerous. If I get started.
I just had one comment about that. One thing I could almost foresee here is that those of us who are in more northern areas versus the more southern tropical type areas are growing different things. So the interspecific hybrids that Dr. Blair mentioned, that could be kind of an offshoot, you know, so those are be grown in Tennessee and Mississippi, and they're passion fruit, and they contain, you know, some of the genes of the purple or the yellow passion fruit, but we're crossing them with something that's more cold hardy. So it's almost a different fruit, but contains the same type of, you know, flavors and aromas in a way. So that could just be, you know, Florida is growing something very different than, or, you know, than other locations. So, I mean, that's long term, but that's an opportunity, I think, that could potentially exist at some point.
All right, so I think we can probably wrap up this section and move on to the next section with our pest and disease.
Don't get scared by the pictures. Those are infected fruit. As I mentioned before, we are in a region with high disease and pest pressure. So we can get all these beautiful pictures for plant pathologists to look at, but don't get scared. You probably don't have all of them at the same time and with that severity. So I guess basically we will need to discuss what are the biggest challenges. I'm going to talk then a little bit about the disease, and then Daniel can say which pests are the more challenging currently in Florida, and perhaps which ones are coming our way. So for diseases, definitely the virus associated diseases. Woodiness is something that you heard yesterday. That's mainly caused by a group of potiviruses. However, it can be a combination of other groups of viruses. The potivirus are transmitted by aphids. However, mostly are transmitted by humans. So by propagating infected material or by pruning and going from an infected plant to a healthy plant. So that's the way we move it around. From what I have seen, and I haven't been here for that long, I know that previous years, there was kind of a peak also in passion fruit production in the area. So I was not here when that happened. But from my experience and as a director of the plant clinic that I'm able to see all these fruits coming in, this is one of the most important challenges, how to get rid of these viral diseases. And the problem is that the vine gets weaker and weaker and weaker as the titer of the virus increases in the plant. So you might say, oh, I just planted my plot and they look great and don't care about the disease. But in year 2, in year 3, it's gonna matter. And it's gonna reduce yield, reduce pulp content. So your quality is going down and you're gonna have dieback and the plant is gonna die. Again, here we change the plants every 3-4 years. So that's something to consider that is different than, I guess, what's happening in Hawaii and maybe in other regions. So I think that the viral diseases are very important. We have to address propagation techniques. And something that I have been thinking about yesterday is that we might just need to learn how to live with the virus here, just like with COVID, right? To learn how to live with it. So I think that it's a very important thing to start with clean material. So definitely think about propagation techniques. but also they could be transmitted by insects, or, Daniel can talk about what's the incidence of aphids. But how do, once we have it, I mean, we cannot expect not to have anything, right? I think that's something that we need to change our minds. I think that starting with clean material and make that vine last longer and be more productive, at least on the 3-4 years, it's important. But then maybe there is a way of keeping the plant vigorous even with the viral infections. So maybe improving nutrition or some other factor that is intervening with that plant decline. So sometimes viruses are very, if you keep them healthy otherwise, the plant will remain productive. But if something else is down, like nutrition or irrigation, then the virus just takes over. So that's something to consider. Then we have fungal diseases, of course, very important in our area because of the high humidity. California and other places might not have such a pressure as we have. But definitely for the southern states in subtropical areas, we do need to take care of or be considerate about these fungal diseases. Again, I haven't seen anything that is devastating like laurel wilt, right? I haven't seen anything like that. So the good thing is that simply like diseases are manageable. We just need to, figure out a plan to do so. Now it might something might come that is devastating, but hopefully not. Okay.
In terms of the insects and mites, I guess you can classify them in 2 big groups. The ones that cause direct damage by feeding. Those are relatively easy to control. And of course, the challenge is to design management programs tailored for the different areas, the different production areas. So that's an opportunity that we have a relatively small complex of direct feeders in the different areas. The biggest challenge, I fully agree, is with the insects or mites that transmit viruses or other diseases. That's especially difficult to manage with the aphids. I don't know if you discussed it yesterday. By most of the aphids that transmit viruses to passion fruit are vagrant species, are aphids that are feeding on other plants, not on passion fruit. They don't use passion fruit as their primary host for reproduction. You have an adult that is hopping and feeds and probes on many plants, including passion fruit. And just by that probing, they inoculate the virus. So it's very difficult to prevent that. And it's very difficult to control a species of aphid at a regional level because they have so many different hosts. And then the challenge is to design all these other strategies that Romina mentioned, starting with breeding, cultural practices, and other practices, because really the chemical control is not the best way to try to target something that is going to probe for 3 seconds and leave. To match that window is almost impossible. That's why in the different countries that have larger productions, they become some addicted to the sprays, because you're trying to keep the plants all the time covered with chemicals, which is obviously not good. Other than the aphids, there are also some mite-transmitted viruses. One recently emerged in Hawaii. The passion fruit green spot virus is transmitted by Brevipalpus mites. That's one of the worst diseases in Brazil. So we have here the vector, not with the virus. That's a challenge, is that the vector is widespread in all the production areas. So that's an example of a potential disease that we need to always be monitoring and being prepared, having some diagnostic tools ready and being proactive and try to exclude it from the new production areas. And there are a number of invasive, potential invasive pests. Brazil, for example, weevils that attack the stems that also debilitate the vines, and they might not be as damaging as the viruses, but they contribute to weaken the vines and make them more susceptible to the diseases. So there is an opportunity in the sense that we have relatively small areas and that we could design programs tailored for the specific areas. And if we are organized and we're starting small, as the industry grows, we have an opportunity to better prepare for all these challenges. But again, in terms of pest control, insect control, and mite control, it's very important to design strategies other than chemical control, biological control, cultural practice, breeding. So I think that could be something that could differentiate production of passion fruit in the United States, a better management program, and less reliance on chemical control.
Hi, everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, yes, we're here.
Oh, good. Okay. I wasn't sure. I just want to thank you guys. That was great. And I actually took some notes that I can share in the chat in a second. But yeah, I think Daniel was right on topic by saying what he just did about wanting to get away from exclusively chemical management. I'm based in Hawaii. Many of our growers are organic certified or nearly organic, meaning that they really shy away from hard chemistries, both due to the economics, right? It's really expensive to do these applications, and sometimes it's difficult. Labor is expensive. So besides the fact that chemical management is not necessarily the best approach for a pest that's transient, you know, when it's moving in and out of this crop and not a long-term resident, but also because there's such a low threshold for tolerance for it, because it transmits disease very rapidly. Alternative methods to try to reduce pest pressure, reduce viral transmission, and keep the plants healthy longer is, I think, going to be really key. So one of the interests that I have is trying to help develop a strong IPM program with a whole suite of potential tools that can be applied in a regionally specific manner based on need. And trying to come up with a program that is also seasonally specific, right? So you could say this is kind of what the pest pressure looks like in my farm at the moment. And so this is kind of, let me go through my checklist, you know, what tools can I apply to this, you know, what makes sense, and having everybody feel really confident about what strategies they can employ. So, you know, that on top of, you know, all these other considerations, right? Like making sure that all the cultural practices, you know, are you using clean tools when you're doing pruning? Is there a planting rotation in place that you need to try to reduce likelihood of disease transmission? Are you monitoring your fungal diseases? All of that, I think, as a comprehensive program, I'm excited about trying to create like a really firm knowledge base.
Dara. I think you had a question. Oh, yeah.
What are some of the cultural practices other than chemical, for example, in Brazil, that they practice that you think are good?
Well, the information that I have from other countries, like I said, is mostly that they fall in this dependence only on chemicals. Cultural practices are start from your mother plants, how you propagate the tools that you use for pruning, how to prevent transmission by mechanical ways of the different viruses, but also you can think of how you can have, for example, trap plants for the aphids that transmit the viruses to lure them to a different area where you can treat and not necessarily treat the growth. The weed management, some of these weeds are also hosts for the insects that transmit the diseases. So it's a comprehensive approach that is going to require a lot of research also. There are a lot of unknowns on this epidemiology, for example, of this viral diseases. It's unclear which is the real vector in some cases. So it will require a lot of work to come up with smart ways of combating these problems without relying too much on the chemicals.
So the same for diseases, right? And something that plant pathologists swear is by the disease triangle, right? And really, we have to think about the area. So if we are thinking about Mississippi, Tennessee, in those areas, it's easy to escape some of these more tropical and subtropical pests and diseases. So it will depend where this production is going to happen. And then we can see what are the threats of that region. But some cultural practices also are like density of the canopy. That's very important because even if you're going to go conventional and use chemistries, still the spray coverage is super important. So you don't have to be spraying all the time, right? If you do it well, and that will depend on how crowded is the canopy, how spaced are the plants. And so I think something that we need to learn is, number one, how big the canopy has to be for us to get the production and yield that we want. We might be compromising quality if we have, big canopies. The second one is, again, this rotation and starting over. It's not really clear to me how long the vine can last if it's healthy versus if it's sick, right? So if we need to target a number of years, then we might be able to tolerate some disease pressure as long as the yield and the quality is reached in a determined time. But we don't know. I hear 3-4 years, but that will depend on the overall health of the vine, and that will depend on soil, disease pest pressure, the variety, how vigorous it is, if it's grafted, if it's seedling, and so on. So I think those are the kind of things that are foundation for us to build a program, because we don't have, those are knowledge gaps, right? Yes.
I have a question for Daniel. Has there been any practice using windbreaks to control the movement of aphids, and would that be an effective strategy, perhaps?
I'm not aware of any study, but these aphids are not very good flyers. No? They're small and they need some very specific conditions to be able to fly and to reach their target. So I guess the wind direction could have you could use that have to conduct the research, but that is potentially a strategy, to try to orient your growth in a way that is less suitable for landing of the aphids. But I'm not really aware of any study, but it's interesting. approach to pursue.
I can chime in on that too. I know there's some work in Florida using windbreaks to deter psyllids in citrus that was fairly effective. So I think there's some potential for that. I don't know how well that would translate into aphid work. But I also wanted to address a question in the chat. Ben Posadas wrote, I got a question from a Facebook friend. The Gulf fritillary and zebra swallowtail butterflies are dependent on passion fruit plants as their host plants. What are environmentally friendly management plans that have been designed to protect the crops from naturally being eaten by caterpillars? So I think that there are a variety of options that we could explore, right? And so I included a couple of these in the chat box below for those of you that have your computer or you're online. But something that I think is increasingly being looked at kind of across the board to manage invasive pests and insect vectors of disease in particular, because of the low tolerance for pest pressure, is protected culture. And that can mean growing in a fully enclosed space, like an exclusion netting environment, which in a really wet area is probably not necessarily the best, but there's other tools like high tunnels that can be protective. And it could be that that's used during certain periods of the year exclusively, just when pressure is particularly high, and then removed. But there's also other approaches that can kind of help deter alightment from small insects like aphids, things like reflective mulches, particularly for younger plantings, that'll help keep the bugs from moving into crops. And then other deterrent products that are safe and non-bioaccumulating, things like hail and clay applications or other deterrent products that I think can be really helpful. But those are never, these are not standalone products. You're not going to find something that's going to be a one size fits all, do this one thing and it's going to manage your problem. But instead it's about creating, like I said, like a comprehensive management program. So you have a whole suite of tools that you can apply.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I agree. Those are all good comments, good ideas. I mean, here you can use BT products. I mean, we use them to control the caterpillar issues quite easily. When you talk about protected ag, though, or netting and things like that, there's issues with storm damage and the cost of that storm damage and that type of infrastructure. And so you got to really look at where you're located. If you're in a hurricane prone area, building those structures may not be the best thing to do. But yeah, those caterpillars can be controlled rather easily with biocontrol. And I'm sure there's others that we haven't tried.
One thing that I have noticed with these butterflies and the caterpillars is in my breeding work is that there is preferences among vines for these. So we could actually probably breed for tolerance to these pests, but that's their food, that's what they're drawn to, and we don't want to get rid of them if we don't have to. But if they're a significant pest, we have to control them. But if we can breed away from them, the vines being an attractant to them, then perhaps we can reduce the amount of inputs that we put into that.
Wanted to make a comment about another aspect that it's always discussed but never practiced, that is monitoring. Monitoring for pests, and that's an opportunity to design some truly useful monitoring programs for passion fruit. So to solve the problems early and don't let the pest and disease problems progress to a level where they are very difficult to control. So that's another aspect that we should always keep in mind.
And the same for diseases, right? If you have few leaves with leaf spots and then don't do anything, and we have a very humid months, then it's just going to go exponentially, right? They're going to jump from the leaves onto the fruits. So that's also something that sanitation can help, and perhaps early sprays. So you reduce the pressure, so you have less infected fruit at the end. We need to think about phenology. We need to work with the phenology of the crop for these practices, not only for nutrition and other things, but also for disease management. We need to think about the phenology and when to apply the tools that we have and be smart about it, right? If we can only have 4 applications, let's apply them when it's more efficacious to apply or efficient, right? Monitoring, of course, important, and maybe think about how a strategy on how to do it more efficiently because it's labor intensive. Yeah, you have a question? Yes.
Just curious to see what type of trap plants we could use to lure in different, maybe the aphids or even the caterpillar.
Question was about traps or? Oh, for aphids, there are many plants that are very attractive to aphids. The problem is that we're dealing with a complex of aphids, so we'll have to do the research on which species and which plants are more attractive to each particular species. But yeah, there are some that are very attractive that you could use as a trap crop. A lot of the weed species are very attractive to this aphid. So the weed management, how the spatial distribution in the growth could be managed to also target your pesticide applications or other type of control measures. There are some traps to monitor aphids as well that are relatively easy to set up. The problem is that identifying the species of the aphid is complicated. In that sense, it will be better to work with plants and have colonies of the aphids that you can really identify easier. But thrips are generally monitored with sticky traps. They are attracted to colors, yellow color, for example. So that's something that you could do to learn about the seasonality of the different species when you have more pressure, more aphids flying, and try to target your control measures in those times.
Based on my experience, that if I had both vines, such as the Frederick and the Caerulea, the Gulf Fritillary would tend to go to the Caerulea. But I don't know if I want to plant Caerulea because they attract butterflies anyway. So it's kind of a give and take what you want, how you want to control.
So another knowledge gap that I can think about is pruning in terms of disease management. So again, which is the correct or more efficient size of the vine? How big it needs to be for us to have a reasonable yield and clean fruit, right? Because you can have a lot of fruit, but they might be like tiny, empty, horrible. So pruning is definitely a sanitation type of management that will reduce disease and pest pressure. So, but again, we need to find that threshold in which we get the yield that we want with the quality that we want with the size of the canopy. So that will also be different in across the regions because, you know, here things grow in a blink of an eye and probably not the same in other places. So it's good, like whenever you finish your harvest, to prune down all the damaged, injured disease foliage, right? You are reducing the pressure in that way. Take it away from your crop. Do not leave them at the bottom of the vines, because it's just gonna, a lot of these fungal diseases can live in dead plants. So they are plant pathogens, but also saprotrophs. So they will just complete their cycle on the debris and then go back to your healthy tissue. So you want them out, right? Or somehow, you know, killed but you know, I was in California a couple weeks ago, and we visited a lot of vineyards, and they do prune all the way back to the stem, right? And so it doesn't have to be that way, because we don't have really long-term vines, but that's something to think about. How much can we prune that the new flush is going to be strong, productive, and we get rid of all these dead just substrate for these fungi to sporulate and reinfect. So, yeah. So the question is if there's any suggestions for scales, and I have seen them here, and I'm sure Daniel can.
Here and in other areas, there's a genus Ceroplastes. This scales that are very common. They have some parasites that need to be increased. We need to do some research and see how we can increase the populations of those parasites. Sanitation is very important in the management of the scales. Remove, if you have, again, going back to the monitoring, try to detect those vines and where is the focus of the infestation, and remove it. That's probably, before it spreads out everywhere. That's probably the smartest way of doing it. The whole plant, I'll remove it if you do it early. No, that's the smartest way to do it. Detect it early and just remove it. They are very persistent. You can try to remove the scales manually, depending on how large your operation is. And if you do it frequently enough, you might be able to control it. But if you're controlling a small focus. And there are products that can be used also, mostly systemic insecticides that could be used, but again, targeted a smart way, so you are controlling the pest in a timely manner.
So a question for Daniel, what about attractant plants for pollinators, and are the neonics having an effect on the big bumblebees that might help natural?
That's another big area of research that we know very little. In terms of pollination here, we don't have any efficient pollinator. I think it's going to be very difficult to introduce a good pollinator here in the area. In terms of pollination, I think it's smarter to try to develop self-pollinating varieties rather than trying. You can always increase the visitation of honeybees and other local pollinators, but they're clearly not efficient pollinators of passion. We don't have efficient pollinators of passionfruit, and I don't think we can introduce them. So the breeding side will be probably more a better strategy to target that.
If I may for a second, I walked away for a second, so maybe it was mentioned, but is there any, I know in some areas in Florida, we're having some issues with some root knot nematodes. Are there any selections that have been identified that may be, resistant to those nematodes in Florida that anybody knows of?
So I haven't even seen passion fruit infected with nematodes in South Florida. Maybe in places where more sandy soils are present will be a problem. We have a lot of root rot issues in Florida, but not nematodes. But wouldn't be surprised that they're around.
I'll send you some pictures.
In my experience, the nematodes are there when the roots are decaying. So they're there with all the other pathogens at the same time. There hasn't been any selection for nematode resistance. It's definitely a problem because I've talked to growers that are controlling for it prior to planting. They'll do a drench prior to planting just to get their plants established once they're old enough. But if we get one disease, they all kind of piggyback and cooperate to decay the plant at the same time.
Question is about Flavacarpa being more resistant to root rot.
I do not know that, but there is a lot of root rot in general in South Florida because of the heavy rains, and the pathogen is always present. So Phytophthora, which is the causal agent of root rot, is everywhere in natural areas, in agricultural areas, in container nurseries, everywhere, in your garden, everywhere. So it does depends on the environment. So if you have a lot of rain, bad drainage, not only rain, but over irrigation. And so in the pathogen is present, then you're going to get the disease. And it's very, very common. I mean, now the clinic yesterday received like 20 samples, all Phytophthora positives, not passion fruit, but a lot of different crops. So here is a very, very hard problem to overcome. Now in other areas will be different because it matters the drainage, it matters the water, how wet the soil remains. But definitely water management is important. Also propagation. We saw yesterday all those container cuttings, right? So they are outside under, the rain. And there's a lot of puddling. Those were flooded areas. And so if you start with a infected root system to begin with, you're just contaminated the field that perhaps was free of the pathogen. So you have to think about the whole cycle of the plant, not only the state of the plant in the field, but also the state of the plant in terms of plant health in the containers, in the propagation cycle. Yeah. Yeah.
So one thing I want to make sure that we know that I should have mentioned at the beginning was for each of these sections here. So for the breeding and genetics, for the pests and disease, for everything else, I want to come up with one item that we can do. Okay, one idea. So if it comes to pests and disease, is there a publication that we need to develop that we can work on and get out to the growers? Or is it some proposal that we need to do? Or is it something some concrete idea under each of these that we can go away from this meeting and start to work on? Okay, so just give that some thought. We'll circle back around to it at the end of this section, and I'll ask you again, what is it that you would most like to see under each of these things? Okay, is Steve gonna? Steve, you should be able to share your screen. He may have stepped away. So I think now would be a good time to take a break, get some coffee, get something to eat, go use the restroom, and then we'll reconvene here in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started with this next section. Okay, so we're going to talk about horticulture and horticultural practices in this next strategic planning session. So just to outline some of the things we're talking about is really one of the keys is infrastructure. And the infrastructure I'm talking about are things such as the plant and row spacing, the distance between plants, distance between rows, the height of the trellis, because this all affects light penetration, wind movement, how quickly the vines dry out, shading within a vine, but also shading adjacent vines or rows, irrigation and irrigation management. So there's many types of irrigation systems. So all of this plays into with what Daniel and Romina spoke about with insect and disease control. Part of the solution is to put the infrastructure in correctly. So as an example, overhead irrigation, probably not a good idea. Drip or microjet, depending on your soil texture and soil type, probably that's a very good idea. Okay, but you might want, depending on your location, you might also want a high volume irrigation system for cold protection. So it depends on where you're growing it. Will depend on the infrastructure. And as I mentioned, irrigation management. So that becomes key too. So you need to know things about your soils, soil structure, soil depth, rooting depth, horticultural practices like that, because that's going to all affect the type of infrastructure you put in. Go ahead. Okay, so great. Fertilizer management. So what types of fertilizers, how it's going to be applied, is it going to go through the irrigation system? You can't just dip a pipe in and start pumping fertilizer through your irrigation system. There's a lot of things you have to think about, including preventing backflow into your aquifer or into your water source or your well or a canal, whatever it is you're getting your water. Another thing it plays into is, as I mentioned, the trellis height and configuration. There's many different types of trellises, but you need to find the one that is going to work for you. And it's not necessarily the trellis system that's $100,000 an acre. It could be the simple pole with 2 wires. So you need to think about that. Are you going to use ground cover, or is it going to be clean culture? There are advantages and disadvantages to that. You saw some of the plantings the other day, some with ground cover and some without ground cover. You go ahead.
I want to talk about the 2 Ps, pruning and propagation, which both of those fall into what Romina and Daniel were talking about, pests and pathogens. So with pruning, you want to keep the vines open, but also every time you make a cut, you need to clean your tools because you could be passing a virus every time you're making a cut. And then propagation, it's super easy to propagate using cuttings, but we've gone to fields where we've tested the mother plants that they use, and they made thousands of propagules, and the mother plants had the virus. So it was all sort of a waste. So you need to really test your mother plants when you're doing the propagation by cuttings, because cuttings are really easy. You just make the cutting, you put in some soil, sterile soil that has some good drainage, mix a little extra perlite. You can make your plants pretty easily, which is not the case with things like, mangoes and avocados and things like that.
To go along with our previous speakers as well. So you can sort of look at all of this So we're saying, you know, we need work on nutrition or irrigation management and things like that. So, but you can sort of look at, there's short-term issues and solutions, midterm and long-term. And it all goes in with the genetics and breeding components, with the insect and disease management. And it's the same thing with the horticultural practices. So there's some things that can be short-term solutions, midterm and long-term. And so you can sort of look at it that way.
No, yes, hold on.
Two questions unrelated to each other. One, is there a set pattern, a study for mounding, for making raised beds? And obviously in our sandy soil versus Miami is gonna probably be different. I don't know. And then I forgot my other question.
So for me, I'm gonna let Jonathan take the second or the rest of the question, but for me, the mounding really depends on your area. Here we have a lot of limestone, and that's usually a little bit higher elevation, which you don't think of in Miami, but it's a couple feet higher, and that makes a difference. Then we have areas that are marl that are a little bit lower, and definitely if you're there, you're gonna have to mound.
Agree. And so, you know, really a lot of times with the horticultural practices and the infrastructure, it really is, it's regionally specific, but also site specific. So it really truly means, you know, just what Jeff is saying. So if I'm growing on the rock on this side, but if I start to move to the transition soils where the marl and things like that, my infrastructure has to change. I need drainage. I may need sloping, all these different things. On the sandy soils, you're going to need other things. So there are some regional recommendations and local recommendations, but then you really need to think about your site and what are the issues with your specific site.
Going back to cuttings, Jeff, what's your thought process on taking the cuttings and putting them into that one of those mixtures with water that creates the, you know, the roots on the bottom? There's a name for that propagation powder, and starting the root material that way instead of sticking versus sticking the cutting right into the soil.
We did a little study on this and found that putting some of that rooting hormone may help, but there is some differences among the species. So we did several different species and found that yes, for some it helped, for some it didn't make any difference at all. It doesn't hurt. We found that it doesn't hurt at all. So by adding that, you may actually gain a little bit of an advantage in the amount of roots and the size of the rooting that you get. What we did was we stuck them into a soilless media. Yeah. So, you know, a potting mix essentially, and put that in there and then monitored from there. So it was just something very small plug. And then we potted that up to something larger.
Just curious if we know the size of the root system on a mature passion fruit plant. How far does it reach out? Is it aerial? Is it going down?
I have no idea. It's really going to depend on your soil type and soil depth. Here, you pretty much can't go below about 6 inches. So if you have a mound, you know, 8 to 10 inches, or if you happen to be over an old trench, maybe go down to 18. But I think for the most part, they're pretty superficially rooted. And so it's going to vary. And also, you know, your irrigation practices are going to influence that to some extent, right? So yeah, I don't think they're very deeply rooted. What do you
Jonathan, when me and Teresa did the original project for the yellow passion fruit that Ray Raffi gave us the seed, we actually did it in large pots. That's how we originally, and I believe the grove that was put together, if you recall, I think it's been taken out on 184th Avenue and Chrome Avenue. Are you familiar with that grower? That was all pots. It was all done in pots, that grove. And he had an old fish farm in the back, which was interesting. So he would use all the fish emulsion. And that's how he powered his fertilization program for that project.
How, since I'm very new to this, how do you test? You said you go out to the site and you test for all these viruses, and you don't want to be making your cuttings from. So how do you do that, and how do you teach farmers to do that for themselves? Or is that not done?
Yes, we have an expert right here. Just so happens.
So we have done actually this in the past. So we went to the field, Jackie Chen's, the one that we visited yesterday, and we taught him and the brother and the helpers how to test for the virus. There are deployable immune strips, just like a pregnancy test or a COVID test that you can use. You just have to teach them how to use it properly, right? It's not that difficult. But I think one of the misconceptions is that if it's not symptomatic, it can have it, which we know now. We learn a lot about viruses now, right? So there could be asymptomatic plants with viral infection, number one. It's easy to pick on the symptomatics just for sampling purposes, but we also have to consider that they may be asymptomatic infections. Another thing is that that you have a large vine, and then some sections might be symptomatic and some others may not. And then people think, well, I will make the cutting out of the asymptomatic. No, if a plant has it, it goes systemic. So no, you can't use any part of the plant, even if it's a new flush and it looks green and not sick. So there are ways of testing. They are affordable, actually, if you're gonna only test your mother plants. I think there's some information here. If not, I can provide you a link. Okay, yeah, you can buy them and they come prepared just for you to make like a little maceration of a small piece of the tissue, and then you put it in, you put the strip, and then you get your results. You just need to be a little careful. There's a lot of videos in YouTube that you can see the instructions better. So there is way of testing. Just to let you know, there could be asymptomatic infections, and sometimes these strips are not as sensitive. So just something to consider when using these deployable techniques. Sometimes the sensitivity is not as good as other laboratory testing. If they, no, please. If they, well, that's kind of the things that might come out of these proposals, right? Having a protocol that it can be easily implemented in the diagnostic labs. My lab can do it, but we don't do this routinely. So we will have to set up the protocol and make it work for us, because we also need to buy materials, right? And we don't want to charge you hundreds of dollars. So that's something that might be one of the objectives of this grant. There is ACDIA, and somebody talked about ACDIA yesterday, or ACDIA. You can also send the samples to them and they will do PCR and more molecular. Again, we have learned a lot about virus with these diseases. You know about qPCR, PCR, serological tests for the COVID, the same for this virus. We have the serological test, which is immune strip, not as sensitive as we learn. You have to be symptomatic, and then it's usually you get a positive. If it's asymptomatic, you might need to do some of this DNA testing, which there are laboratories to do so, or we can talk and I might do it for you for a price. But if you have few mother plants, then it makes sense, right? You know, every 6 months you can test them and be sure that you're propagating clean material. Another thing that we, Jonathan and I have talked about is perhaps having the strategy of growing these mother plants away from your production area. Even at home, maybe even at home, you have it isolated from other crops. You have, looking at it every day. You have a good management of pests and diseases that you focus on those 10 mother plants, right? So maybe that strategy could work to have clean material to start with.
Yeah, Romina's exactly right. You want to isolate and test those mother plants. And in fact, large hort industries, citrus industry, avocado industry in some places, that's what they actually do. They have completely separate entities that house disease-free plant material. So that, and in some cases, you have to use certified disease-free plant material in order to propagate at a nursery. We don't have that sophistication with passion fruit, but just what she's suggesting people could do. Else, Jeff?
I know of at least one grower that has been impacted by the cold snap we had in Florida. So what methods for cold protection do we have? How many gallons per minute should we be putting out? At what temperature should we start putting the water out? These are questions that, if we're going to start exploring passion fruit production up in where we get freezes, then these are the things that growers should be educated about.
Yeah, really good question. So there's actually, I would call cold protection more the art and science of cold protection, because there's an art part of it and the science part. So typically we have protected vines here from freezing events using water. And in this case, we were using overhead irrigation. And you have to turn it on at the proper time. So that's one issue. The downside of using the high volume irrigation, I'm talking about a 1/4 inch of water per acre per hour. 1/4 inch of water per acre per hour. And you need a reliable source of energy to run the pump. If it's electric, it is possible that if there's a conflict between the urban area and the agricultural area for electricity, they will turn your electricity off and your pump off. And then you would end up with dead plants, right? So, some kind of independent fuel like diesel or something like that is what we would recommend generally. Not that we're in love with diesel, but that something independent, right? And then turning the system on. So you have to remember, so the vine is from, let's say 6.5 feet down to the ground. And most temperatures are monitored depending on what you're listening to. But the National Weather Service, it's at like 6 feet, right? Well, the temperature at 6 feet is quite a bit different than the temperature at the ground level. That's the first thing. Second thing is most of the monitoring equipment is located in urban areas, which is usually, 2, 3, 4, 5 degrees warmer. So you really want to see if you can key in on local weather specific. We have weather stations out in the ag area here. There's at least, I know Extension has like 4 stations. We have a station here called Fawn, and it monitors soil temperatures, 2 foot, 6 foot, and 30-foot temperatures in real time. And so you can watch that. And, you turn on, depending on the system you're using, you turn on your irrigation somewhere around 36 degrees is when you would start, let's say, this high volume system. The key is once you turn it on, it has to stay on until the freeze is over, till the wet bulb temperature the next day is above freezing. Usually that's around 9 o'clock in the morning. So that's a high volume system. And as I said, 1/4 inch of water per acre per hour. It has to be well distributed. The entire planting surface area has to get water constantly. Usually it's a rainbird type of sprinkler or something similar. But if you don't have that, if you're going to use microjets, drip isn't going to do anything for you. Let me just forget about drip for cold protection. If you're going to use microjets, you might consider, we haven't tried this, and I'll just back up and say, there are what we call tree wraps. And so these are insulation for the trunks of trees, but it could be for the bottom of the vine, for the last 2 feet of the vine. But you need to use something that has a very high insulation value. Okay, so I know that in some cases, some companies sell these things that look like egg cartons that you put around the trunk. They do not work. Actually, it's colder underneath those things. So when I say high insulation value, think of fiberglass batting that you put in your attic. And you can make those easily. You can build those, put them on easily, take them off easily. And what they do is, all they do is they delay the time to which the trunk would experience freezing temperatures. So if a bare trunk goes from, goes down to 0 in 3 hours during a freeze, if it's unprotected, this might give you 5 hours till it reaches freezing. Hopefully the sun is going to be rising before those 5 hours is up. So that would help. If you add a micro sprinkler, especially one with a 90-degree head that is facing directly at that insulation, you can cover that in ice. And again, you would want to turn that irrigation system on at about, and I'm talking about monitoring the temperatures at about less than 2 feet, right? Because that's where it's cold. So when it hits 36, 38 degrees, you need to turn that system on, leave it on. And the idea is that that ice, as that water changes, phase changes from liquid to solid, it gives off heat. And you basically entomb that last foot or 2 feet of the vine in ice. And if it can take 32 degrees, it survives. Yeah, the last 1.5 feet, 2 feet, whatever it is. But all I'm saying is that, so the insulation will help as well, the combination. And we've been able to, I know one producer used this to protect some young sapodilla trees. That worked, but I've not tried that method on passion fruit because I have a high volume system. But it's something that you want to think about. Also, the placement of the sprinkler, the micro sprinkler. If the prevailing winds during a freeze is out of the north or northwest, that's where you put the sprinkler, so that when the wind blows the sprinkler, it blows it onto the vine, onto that base of the vine, right? Anyway, that's probably more detail than you want.
And you had a question, right? I'll bring it to you. The other thing is, Jonathan has 2 videos on YouTube on this subject. Very, good, detailed videos, as you can imagine. And one is for South Florida and one is for other areas. So you can check those out.
I actually was not going to talk about it, but I'm a plumber. I own a plumbing business. I'm licensed in a couple different states. As far as like the micro sprinklers, I'm very well versed in sprinkler systems, irrigation, things of that nature. The micro sprinklers don't throw off enough water to really do much for freeze protection. I would say that Asneal, Asvani, something more or less like what he has, where he has the micro sprinklers or drip irrigation, and then he does have overheads. I know that Paul's wife had asked something about why they're spread so far apart. The reason why they're spread so far apart is because that big irrigation head throws the water several feet. So that's the reason why they're spread so far apart. I would say a system like that would be, I know I'm going to move to a system like that after looking at his setup. We lost a lot of stuff. I mean, we lost 1,300 dragon fruit plants and 57 trees with this last frost that we got. We were very unprepared. I thought we lived in Florida and we weren't supposed to get this stuff. I'm thinking about moving to Hawaii, and thinking about going over by Ken. Yes. All right. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I mean, I know you may disagree with me on that, but I'm just telling you with what we experienced and my experience with micro sprinklers.
Now you bring up a good point about the micro sprinklers. So the micro sprinklers you can buy, you have to specify the type of system you want. So you have micro sprinklers that put out, 10 gallons an hour, 20, 25, 30. So I've come to change the classification of micro sprinklers. There's low volume micro sprinklers. You're talking about 8 gallons per hour, 10 gallons per hour. Then there's high volume micro sprinklers that put out 25, 28, 32, 35 gallons per hour. So it depends on the system you have. And like I said, I've not tried the microjet with the wraparound to try to protect passion fruit. We've used the high volume system. But there are high volume systems of microjet. Just how well they work, I don't know because we haven't tried it. Yeah.
In terms of the microjet too, I think what your purpose in that is not to save the entire vine, but a portion of the vine. So you're trying to save it from dying all the way back to the roots. So if you can save part of that trunk, then you can retrain it up. So that's the how that would work.
Yeah. You know, the downside of the high volume system, I forgot to mention, is that you're forming ice, right? So when you're throwing this out, you're forming ice. You can end up breaking the trellis down potentially, or the vine down. So that is the down. And we see it with trees as well. You can end up breaking the limbs of the trees if it's a long enough, cold enough freeze. So there is a downside to the high volume you just want to be aware of. Yeah. Regarding irrigation, how is the root system of passion fruit plant? At what depth from the surface good amounts of active roots are present so that we can design a subsoil irrigation system? Okay, we discussed the rooting, you know, the rooting depth isn't that great. But I don't know about a subsoil irrigation system. I guess one could be workable. I think probably the issues with the root rot diseases with passion fruit, I'm not so sure I'd want to have a subsurface irrigation system unless I know the soil's super well drained. I don't know.
I can comment a little bit on the root system in passion fruit. It's shallow rooted. And so when the plants are transpiring a lot in the hot weather, you'll need more frequent irrigation to keep up with the transpiration that the plant's just putting out a lot at that high temperatures. But you don't want to make the ground saturated, because then you get into the disease problems. So you want to feed the plant what it needs at the given temperature. But they're shallow rooted, and so they need short but maybe frequent irrigation, and that is helpful for passion fruit.
This is across a lot of different zones and microclimates. And so as this grant comes together, if you will, we have to include these kinds of sections for each of the locations in order to make it well-rounded. I think, you know, it's not, sorry, it's not just Florida. It's Tennessee too, right? Yeah, so I don't want them to hit me.
Yeah, just a comment on the infrastructure to go back to that. So since we are talking about even Central Florida and North Florida, you know, if you're going to use protected ag, so there's probably two audiences for that. One where people already have protected ag structures, they just don't have the crop there yet. And the other is putting in a protected ag structure. And so that's really, you know, a big consideration for if you're going to plant in an area and use protected ag. And the ag economists are going to be key in figuring out, is that economically feasible to do? Well, not necessarily. Protected ag includes hoop houses, greenhouses, yeah, high tunnels.
fight for. In Japan, if you want a greenhouse, the national government pays 50%, the prefectural government pays 20%, and you just have to come up with 30%. And so things are grown all over the country and, under protection. So we use that argument to get our containment greenhouse. So.
So in talking about freeze protection, you mentioned insulation. Are we able to use the actual insulation you would find at like a Home Depot type store and use that insulation as a wrap around the base of that plant? And then the other thing that we noticed on the few plants of passion fruit that we had in the ground prior to the freeze, I didn't leave a drip or water continuously. I watered thoroughly a couple days prior, and then we wrapped the base just with plastic, which I know isn't the best, but that's what we had. We weren't prepared with the proper material on a trunk wrap. But we also pulled mulch in and to cover the base of that plant. And out of the 5 plants that were in the ground, 2 of them survived. So, and they're growing back healthy. So it was about protecting that mother root system.
Yeah, that's exactly. So there's something that when talking about cold protection, we call it a pre-freeze irrigation. So, you really should be during the winter, well, year round, but during the winter, really watching the weather patterns all the time. So if there's a predicted freeze, and you should go ahead and you try to irrigate the entire land surface area really well 3 to 5 days before the predicted freeze. Why? Because what happens is that soil is now saturated. Water holds a lot more heat than dry soil. And so if you have 3 or 4 days of sunlight prior to that freeze in that wet soil, it's sort of a heat bank. It's storing heat. That heat is then re-radiated on the night of the freeze. And so far as the organic matter, so it sounded like you irrigate it first, then you put the mulch around, right? The mulch, if you leave the mulch, it interferes with the sun heating up that ground. So it's better to have it sort of bare ground when you're trying to heat the ground up. But putting the mulch down, you're actually slowing down the heat loss, but you're allowing heat loss from the ground. And so that's probably the benefit. You had sort of an insulation. So far as the insulation, yeah. So what people have done in the citrus industry and other industries is they'll buy the fiberglass batting, they'll buy chicken wire, and they staple the chicken wire onto the silver side of the batting. And then you wrap the batting around the tree and you use the chicken wire to hold it in place. And you have to have the labor to put those out. And then the other thing too is you want to take that off a couple of days after, a day. You can't leave it on because the trunk will be wet constantly, and that's not a good thing. So there is this labor issue involved.
To keep the heat in?
Yeah. So he was asking whether using ground cloth or weed barrier, will that help keep the heat in the soil? I would say not necessarily. So for instance, in our soil, because of the pore spaces, we have really big pore spaces. It doesn't hold much heat at all. It can't store that much. I mean, it does some. Where if you have a more clay soil or a loam soil, you'll hold more heat. So far as that barrier acting as a barrier to the heat loss, we did some work with mulches, and we used plastic mulch, and we used organic mulches, and we found that if you just used like black plastic, not ground cover, but it was a black plastic, it was actually in our soil, it's actually a little bit cooler at 4 inches down into the soil than if you just had bare soil. So it depends on the soil type, really. If you covered the soil with clear plastic, you got a little bit of warming. And if you put mulch down, organic mulch, and then covered that with clear plastic, you got even more heating. But that's, sort of Rube Goldberg type solution. freeze protection question: has a comparison of impact sprinklers, wobblers, and gear-driven rotary sprinklers been done? No, it hasn't. It'd be nice. It would be an opportunistic type thing down here, but if you're in a more freeze-prone area, it would be worth, taking a look at it. Main thing is it's the water distribution and coverage. So it really doesn't matter what type of sprinkler you're using in general for these high volume systems. Is it covering the entire surface area? Because that's the key. Any part of the vine that doesn't receive water will die. Yeah, will most likely die because it evaporatively cools. So it goes below freezing. So that's why you have to have good coverage and complete coverage. So any part of the vines that aren't getting covered with water constantly are going to evaporatively cool and go below freezing and die.
So going back to the protected agriculture and use of hoop houses, up in my area, we've got a lot of farms that are 20 acres effective, with some forestry around it. And then, so that seemed, and NRCS is big on hoop houses because of the hilly terrain. So most of our tomatoes are coming out of hoop houses in a large swath of like East Tennessee and then Middle Tennessee. And then we get some outdoor production, but then that gets, less good for the organic market because it's got all the tomatoes have spots, and you get a lot of waste, and the price drops drastically. So thinking about production of edulis in greenhouses, I've had uncooled greenhouses with edulis surviving a couple years, but with good window openings. So I'm just wondering, let's flip the coin and not talk about cold tolerance. What about the heat extremes? Is there, I saw sun scalping on some leaves, coming out more regular time, almost a Florida time. And so, but I'm wondering if growers could put it into their tomato system and have tomatoes in between the plants, like as a passion fruit's grown.
One quick thing about that, when you have the tomatoes in between the plants, you have to think about what you're going to spray, because not everything labeled for tomatoes is going to be labeled for passion fruit, and there's not a lot labeled for passion fruit. So that becomes a little bit of an issue.
They'll mix tomato with peas and beans. That's what they do now, and they trellis everything. So that's why I've been wondering about putting in the passion fruit as a long term.
I've grown edulis in a high tunnel, kind of what you're talking about, in South Mississippi, and it lasted for a couple of years. The problems that I saw is when it would get hot, I did see some sun scald on leaves. Also, if it got really hot, the vine would shut down and not flower. And if it had flowers, they wouldn't set fruit. So, and until it cooled off a little bit, and then it would kind of go through that. And then what I found was that the season's not long enough to ripen that fruit. So what I was having a lot of problems. So I had one really good year and then a bunch of bad years. And then it got too cold in there. Even in the high tunnel, when it's closed up, it could get too cold in there. So I think that potentially, if we could figure out ways to do better cold protection within there, that or even some supplemental heat at certain times, because it's usually end up being one night or 2 nights at most that are the real problematic ones, that we could make that work a lot better.
There's one passion fruit facility about 4,000 foot elevation in Oti in Tamil Nadu, and they're very successful with heat lamps, and all of that product goes to McDonald's in India. And I forgot the production, but it's a phenomenal amount that they get out of there with 24/7 light.
So perhaps we should move on to the ag econ section. What do you think?
This is on, right? Okay, so we have thought about trying to get the discussion a bit organized for this section, looking at some of the results from the survey, as well as some of the discussions we had yesterday and today. And we came up with like 3 areas that seemed important. And we wrote down some of the ideas that we heard so far, and we can gather some more ideas from you all to fill them in. So one area was more like on the production economic side. So looking at the costs. So I think we can start a discussion on that. And then second, we will move on to a discussion on to consumer preferences and market research, looking at the marketing opportunities. And then the third part would be more on like regulations and the value chain part of getting it out there. So it seemed like a natural progression to start with production, then look at market intelligence, and the third part on value chains. So the first part on production, some of the things that we have written down, and Fredy has the notes.
Okay, so the first thing would be to develop an enterprise budget. And the reason for that is to show the profitability of the operation, right? So to develop an enterprise budget, we interview several growers, right? So we ask for their inputs they use, the yield, right? And the prices they receive. So usually we report an average of the interviews we get, right? So that's a first analysis we can show, but also we can incorporate some risk, right? Like an adverse event, whether like a cold front, right? Like getting a hurricane. So we can incorporate also those risks into the models just to provide a more realistic view of the profitability of passion fruit operation.
One thing I want to say about that is that later this afternoon, Victor is going to present an enterprise budget that we have for South Florida. And we'll want some feedback on that before we send it out to get published for everyone to look at. But that's only for South Florida, right? So if we're talking about all the rest of the states, and if we're going to talk about hoop houses and different things, that would be different. And we don't have, another thing would we look at what would be the investment costs, the startup costs, establishment costs, right? So we haven't looked at that yet to see profitability, but we've got a start on an enterprise budget for South Florida.
Another thing that we can explore is crop insurance. There is a program, the Whole Farm Revenue Program. What makes this insurance program special is that you can insure up to 85% of your revenue. So with other insurance programs, you can insure just up to 75%. So depending on how the industry evolves, right, we can petition to the Risk Management Agency to include passion fruit as an option for crop insurance.
You have something else there? Okay, so if there's any comments or thoughts about what kind of information might be needed for the production side, looking at production economics and prices and costs. Yes.
I think the most important part for South Florida that I think a lot of people aren't even thinking about, which they should be thinking about, is the price of a piece of land right now. We're at about $100,000 an acre. I'm a realtor as well. Follow the land value very carefully here. So you have to, these are old farms you guys are visiting, people that maybe own this land for a while, where when land was $20,000 an acre. So if we're going to come in and build a farm, or someone's going to build a farm, the first consideration in South Florida, I'm not sure what it's going to be north of South Florida, is you're at that kind of land value. So you need to really start there with your cost analysis and then your infrastructural costs, a minimum of 5 acres to get an agricultural exemption. You know what an agricultural exemption is? That's the Greenbelt law in the state of Florida. So if you buy a piece of property for $500,000, you're not going to be taxed like somebody that has a house on an acre. You're going to be taxed. It's one thing we have going for us. So instead of having a $20,000 a year tax bill, there's a good chance you're going to have $1,000 to $2,000 a year tax bill now. So you need to look at that very carefully. And also when buying land in South Florida, which is the mistake that I bought. I bought land at 9 feet and that floods. You need to be very careful. The more expensive land is going to be. The land that we're talking in right now is called the historical Redland. And between 232nd Street and 288th Street is the most valuable land here. And why is that? Because it's on a hammock. This is where the Indians lived. So this is why this land is very valuable. So that's some of my input.
No, that's very helpful. Right. And that's one of the things that we need to do in a lot of our budgeting now is we don't have much on establishment costs, right? And how much they get started. So we have this enterprise budget, it's year to year value, but something that could be useful is looking at what it costs to the establishment and then the return from doing that. So I think Ken had a comment too, right?
I think, especially for all the different locations involved, it's a matter of extension. We don't have anybody to come teach this. I mean, I'll teach you how to process stuff here, and you go to Hawaii and teach the growers how to do cost of production. And we have to look at that kind of transfer of information when we're setting up the whole grant processes. Not everybody's going to know everything. So I think, the extension part of this to get that information out, once you have your spreadsheet, you have to, for your enterprises, you have to include things that might not necessarily be applicable to South Florida, but they would be applicable to Mississippi or Tennessee, Hawaii or California. And so it's going to be a little more difficult, I think, to include all the different locations.
Right, and I think the point to make, that'll be probably the next section talking on extension, but how we're going to coordinate extension efforts. So this enterprise budget that Victor's finishing now, we will publish in our extension publications for University of Florida, right? But then how do we coordinate all those other things to make these cross-state comparisons? Might be a good thing to think about then the extension discussion. So if that's good, let's move on to this. Oh, there's something. Oh, that's a good point from Ben about budgets compare small, medium, and large farms. And maybe that's something to write. So, because right now we have an acre in commercial production, right? And one of the things I want to really work on our program is look at what is the different types of farms, doing farmer typologies to see, look at if we should be in commercial production or direct marketing or other size. So tweaking these budgets to medium, small, medium, large farms is a good point. Right now, we've just done an average of commercial farms is what we'll have, right? And I know Ben, in the earlier discussion, he wanted to do some cash flow analysis. So moving on to the second point was looking at consumers and some market research. So Fredy can fill me in the end, but I remember one of the earlier discussions was looking at which passion fruit variety is demanded, right? And so we can do some consumer research and value chain analysis, but do some consumer research to see what is demanded by different groups and see how we can target our markets. I'll let Fredy talk a little bit about some research he's doing now with finger limes on some things on unwillingness to pay. So that's one area.
In order to grow the market, there is a segment of the consumers that they are willing to adopt any new products, right? So if we identify these consumers, because these are the ones that are going to adopt the product, and these are the ones that really like to post how they use the product. So they will help us to promote and to get other people to know this product, right? So for that purpose, we need to like use a couple of psychographic scales and demographic data, and that's the way we come up with that profile. So ideally, we might be able to target that customer, right? Because he's the one that will help us to grow the market for the product. Also, we can also look and see if there are any differences in terms of willingness to pay for the different cultivars, right? We can also
another part on this is we had a lot of discussion on direct marketing, right? And so we really don't know what the market is. And a lot of growers, like we had talked to here, Miami Fruits, they're doing online sales and so on. There could be opportunity where we could look at, what it means to direct marketing, what is the cost structure and so on, and do some work on that if that's an interest. A third point, and that Ken mentioned, and later I think we're going to show a video of Ken making some of his jams and stuff, is what are the opportunities in value-added products, right? So we had several discussions going here is about, well, we are in the market for fresh fruit because we can't compete. We can compete on fresh fruit compared to what's brought from Colombia or Ecuador or wherever. But some people have had some success with some value-added products. So an opportunity may be looking at what is market opportunities from value-added products for that, seeing if that's an option. So looking at the different marketing channels, opportunities. So yeah, so that Ken said, look at wholesale and retail, right? So, I mean, that can be combined with the production side and the different farm sizes to see, what markets we want. Could be an opportunity. Do we have anything else there?
Yeah, we can also show the growers how to do direct marketing and how to use some programs like the snaps, the food stamps program. So in some cases, you need a special equipment to process a snap sales. So that's an option to increase your customer base and also to get better returns on your operation.
Yeah, I'll be showing a little bit that this afternoon. So you can see one of the programs we started and see if we think to expand. I'll have one of my students here. So, so if there are any comments on this side on the consumer research, on market intelligence, I think was the terms used earlier today about what you want. Yes.
Well, there's a reason why Rain is in the business that he's in. It's a very profitable business because I've done it for many years. What Rain has been, I've been selling my fruits directly from my farm and doing the same thing, sourcing them from other farms. The bottom line is, from the wholesale perspective, where you're getting something for $2 a pound, you're going into a super hyper inflated direct marketing program that will take your fruit to $10 a pound. And that can be done with many of these fruits. I will sell Mamey Sapote for all over the country for $79 for 5 pounds delivered anywhere in the country. And people will pay $79 as long as you specifically target into the markets of the people who love, you was just speaking about this, gentleman, specifically into the markets of who's going to buy those products. And with all the diversification of the nationalities throughout the United States, from all over the world, the United States, they are looking for these fruits. There's a very high demand for them. It's another reason why Rain is they're very marketing savvy. They know exactly where all these people are. And we do not grow enough of these fruits to supply the United States, and we will never. You're talking about 300 to 400 million people. Why dragon fruit became incredibly successful when they got the import permit from Ecuador and opened up the entire dragon fruit industry. I was very involved with the yellow dragon fruit coming in to the United States. And I know the person directly who introduced yellow dragon fruit from Ecuador. And I will tell you, It's only going to be a matter of time till Ecuador is bringing in the amount of fruit of passion fruit that we need to supply the Walmarts and the so forths of the world.
Well, maybe a point with that was, how do you coordinate with Ecuador and other countries that we supply in their off seasons, or work on where our niche for locally grown fruit fits within it?
That is exactly the balance. It just happens for dragon fruit that the window, dragon fruit stops producing in Ecuador on X and X month, and dragon fruit starts producing in the United States on X and X. So the window for dragon fruit works out. But for passion fruit, I am sure it's a year-round item. And I've been to Ecuador and I've seen the processing plant for passion fruit. Anything that you see in a supermarket that's in one of those frozen, pulps is coming out of, the amount of passion fruit is just, and that's Ecuador. I can only imagine Brazil.
Yeah, I was a Peace Corps volunteer in Ecuador. And so I remember us growing a lot of passion fruit, but it's also the yellow passion fruit they grow there too. So that's another thing. Yeah, they probably would. They could grow the purple. Do you have a comment?
I just want to chime in there really fast and say, no, this isn't my area of expertise at all, but I think that there's an increased interest in buying locally produced crops as a method of sustainability. So I think from a marketing standpoint, being able to emphasize that this was grown here and didn't have to get on a plane and be shipped somewhere and increase your carbon footprint is going to be really helpful in terms of getting people excited about buying it. So even though there might be more availability from other countries, I think people are more and more interested in buying things that are grown sustainably locally.
There's an interest in that, and that's something we can explore, how big that market actually is. That's the question.
Yeah, you know how important, like, the nickname for the fruit is, right? The kiwi wasn't a kiwi until it was the kiwi fruit from New Zealand. So I was suggesting the Sunshine State, all the passion fruit be the sunshine fruit, and how you get like your state marketing board to do that. Eric was telling me, well, you don't have a big commodity money to go behind that advertising campaign, but what do you think about the advertising itself as marketing?
Well, I mean, that's the point to make, is to look at what are the advertising impacts. And so some of the consumer research we can do is, and we do, there's like, especially in Gainesville, we have better people that are consumer research and behavioral economics to see how people respond to different advertising campaigns. And so we can test things out, right? And see how people respond. I do think even if we can have I'm responding to Dara again, the niche of local control, and we can see how important that is. And there's some research showing that people are willing to pay more. It's not the whole population. It's usually a bit higher end of the social class. And one thing that you would do is, I think Farmer Bob made a good point, is if we have consistent fruit throughout the year and people can know about it, and then we plug in as well when we can. I've heard Jose talk about this today, so it's a good point. But I think there's.
Just gonna say, I think the governor of Florida just declared the strawberry, because we had to plant the strawberry festival up in Plant City, and he went there and he did a big, so when you get the governor involved, it makes a big, and all of a sudden the strawberry became, I don't know, maybe not down here in Miami, it's not so big, but the rest of Florida, it kind of matters big time what the governor does when he promotes the strawberry festival. So, I mean, Florida is kind of divided between, I think, Miami and the rest of Florida. It's kind of like Illinois is Chicago and the rest of Illinois. So just to let you know, because you're not from Florida, right? So that's the way Florida is. It's Miami and it's the rest of Florida.
No, but there's points to make about that. And I think if we have, one of the things we need is to show that there's consumer demand for it. that we go to the private sector and say we have this, right? And organizing ourselves and so on. And I think part of the point of, now we're getting to point 3 about the supply chain and so on is what Farmer Bob was talking about, getting a consistent supply of the product. And that's coordination. Maybe we need a passion fruit board. I don't know, right? That might be difficult, but yeah. So a third point was looking at the value chain and regulations and so on. And then for that, we've heard several discussions before about the challenges of shipping fruit across the country, for instance, right? So the challenge is what do we need to harmonize our regulatory system to best support passion fruit? What needs to be done in the supply chain? Where are the bottlenecks in the supply chain that we can get our products out better, right? So that's some of the research that we can do in that area if there's interest. But there was some discussions on these challenges, right? Especially getting fruit to California, I know.
Hey, I have a question for Ken, who I can't see right now, but Ken, are there any restrictions for fresh passion fruit exports from Hawaii?
Oh, yeah. You can export to the other islands and that's it.
Okay.
I mean, are you talking about Hawaii elsewhere or elsewhere to Hawaii?
Hawaii elsewhere.
Yeah, no, it's not even close. So you'd have to ask Peter Follett at the USDA ARS at PBARC and Hilo. I don't think there's any approved treatments or irradiation numbers for that. And to do a pest risk assessment, I don't think it's worth it, judging by the fruit fly damage to passion fruit.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to look at that a little more
Yeah.
closely.
Is this Dara?
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't tell who I'm talking to again, Dara.
Sorry, I should announce myself.
I didn't have to explain to you about Peter then. Yeah, no, I don't think there's any approved treatments and I don't think there'd be any chance of it, actually.
Okay.
But for us to process 8 cups and sell that, of puree, and to sell that for $100, it takes about 15 minutes to do that. And so in a 5-gallon bucket of passion fruit seconds into $100 worth of puree in 15 minutes is a profitable operation.
Right.
Given
Which
the
I think
infrastructure.
which I think highlights what I think a lot of these little discussion topics have touched on is that everything from the horticultural practices to pest management to marketing and economics is completely regionally specific. So you really need to have an individualized approach, because what'll work in Hawaii won't work in Tennessee, or vice versa. So, or in Florida. So I think that's going to be really critical.
I think there's a lot of exchange that we can do between the different regions, just because the lack of faculty, at UH, for example. I mean, we need people to get into cost of production. I mean, you guys have some breeders there at USDA, but there's a lot of stuff that you can't handle that could possibly be part of an exchange within this encompassing grant program that we're talking about. So if they come out and teach cost of production, and I'll be glad to come here and show Jonathan how to work a food processor, and go home with all his fingers, but those are the exchanges that this could cover, that could bring new perspectives to each individual region that we don't have now. And I think, just from what I'm learning here about what they're up against and thinking about what we're up against, I mean, there's a lot of exchange of information that, what they used to say in the spy novels or something, technology transfer or.
Right. Well, I think that's one of the real the benefits of a large multi-state grant group like this. So if this got funded, it would be incredibly helpful for bringing expertise in these different areas to everybody. And that shared knowledge is incredibly powerful. I've been a part of a group like this before with Spotted Wing, and the information transfer from all over the country, you couldn't have done that if you were just working within your state. And it really takes a team to develop that knowledge base, and sharing all of the information in real time as you're learning about these systems, because they all inform each other, right? They don't, one system doesn't exist independently of the others. So having a group, having economics, ag economists working on this with University of Florida is something that we'll really need, because that's a component that's really missing from University of Hawaii at the moment, from the program there, and also having help with getting the extension programs going. I mean, I don't work for the university, but I can work with some collaborators and try to encourage them, but having kind of other support from other states with bigger ag programs will be really helpful.
There's a couple comments we didn't get to in the chat. It looks like, so Ben was talking about farm mechanization automation that we probably should include in comparing the budgets. He's asking if the passion fruit market's very segmented. I think it's segmented. That's something that we would have to look at, and that would be part of the consumer research, right? So segmenting, in that sense, we're talking about probably what Dara's getting at, to the local markets. There's some high-end markets, and we go to Whole Foods in South Miami. I've been to Whole Foods there, and they'll have Florida passion fruit, right? But you're paying $9 a pound for it. So there's that type of markets, and then there's the everyday person that might be working class that gets the frozen ones that comes from Ecuador, right? So there, I think there's a pretty segmented market, but something to look at because we don't really know. And the fresh from Florida labeling Johnny's talking about is actually the Food and Resource Economics program is doing this research right now, looking at the value of some fresh from Florida marketing. And interestingly, they've done some work on orange juice, and in Spain, they're willing to pay more for some Florida orange juice because it has this notoriety and things. So there are some opportunities maybe that in labeling, the local labelings. But yeah, I don't know if there's any other comments. Yeah, go ahead.
Are there any like food safety certifications that growers are working towards, like, for example, Primus GFS or Global Gap? These are certifications that are very important when marketing their crops. So was wondering, like, if in the passion fruit industry here in Florida, are there any growers that are working towards that or already have certifications?
Yeah, actually, Florida has a robust food safety program, working with the land grant university, but also, USDA and FDA, which is heading that program. And in fact, yeah, not we, but the food safety, there's a consortium of universities. Cornell is sort of the lead organization on it. They offer training for growers, and growers here are supposed to have, your farm is supposed to have a food safety plan. And depending on the size of the farm, of course, there's, if you make below $25,000 a year in ag, supposedly you're exempt. But let me put it this way: if you're taking that fruit to a packing house or somewhere like that, first thing they're going to do is ask you, "I need to see your food safety plan in order for you to sell this to me." And you say, "Well, I'm exempt. I don't have to have it." Well, we're not going to buy your fruit. So virtually almost all farms that are doing any kind of real selling, you can probably get away with just going to farmers markets and things like that. But anything a little bit more serious, you have to have a food safety plan, and you are open to inspections. And the Florida Department of Ag and Consumer Services has been very proactive. Their fruit and vegetable division is offering and has offered to do the inspections, and they will do a friendly inspection first and come and look at, you know, the good, bad, and the ugly, and let you know what's going on. And then they can come back and, you know, did you follow through? Did you fix this? You are open to inspection. Of course, how often you're inspected depends on the size of your operation, right? If you're a big operation, you're going to get inspected, you know, at least once a year, probably more. But if you're, you know, have 5 acres, it might be every couple of years, but you don't know when, right? So some people and some companies and some markets will demand specific, like a Primus inspection or this or that. So you have to consider that as well. So it depends on your market and what they demand. So that can sometimes limit your options, because if they demand Primus and I've got 5 acres, I'm probably not going to spend $15,000 on a inspection. So I'm going to have to change markets, you know, to address that. But, and so there are some issues with that, some markets want specific companies to do their inspections. You know, my personal view is that the Florida Department of Ag's inspections, which are like hundreds of dollars instead of thousands, it should be mandated that an inspection by the state or by private are equal, and that you can't refuse their product. But that's a political issue. No comment on that, but that's, yeah. So anyway, yes. So yes, you're supposed to, and we offer the Cornell group and the Florida, our food science and human nutrition department has been super active in the food safety area and developed materials. If you go up to the UF extension website and type in food safety, you're going to hit numerous fact sheets on all aspects of food safety and inspections and things like. They've been very, very proactive, and also doing research as well. So there's a lot of information out there. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
You need 2 of these. It's better to go to the state of Hawaii than to the university for their inspection. So part of our prerequisite for the Master Food Preservers program is you have to have a food safety certification. Now at the farmer's market, if you're selling food, not fresh vegetables, but if you're selling food, jams, jellies, you have to have somebody that was either trained by that, has a food safety certification, which is just, you can do it here, fifoodhandlers.com. We have hifoodhandlers.com. You have FL, I don't know, whatever it is, but you can, the foodhandlers.com is part of Serve Safe, which every chef in the country has to have. So, and I'm sure your state probably has its own food safety certification. So I found when selling to fresh fruit to Whole Foods, we didn't need Primus. We didn't need that, you know, and to our wholesalers, they just want to know, you know, what you're doing. And to their credit, a lot of our wholesalers say, I've been buying from this same farmer for 30 years. Now you tell me he's got to be inspected, you know, and spend 50. I won't do it. I'm still going to buy for him. So we have a huge backlash against FSMA, Food Safety Modernization Act in Hawaii. And because the people in control are saying you have to do it, and it's not true. We don't. No, but it's not true for farm. We have, you know, our average farm size and the, you know, yeah, exactly.
There's an economic cutoff. So like I said, if you're a farm and you're making, I forget if it's the right number still. If you make $25,000 or less, and it's a 5-year average, right? And it keeps rolling, right? So it might change with time. Then you don't have to comply. But my point about that was that depending on the market you're trying to go to, you may have to comply anyway. And then if you are larger than the $25,000 a year, then you need to comply, basically. And there's, it's not, the enforcement and the compliance is uneven. But, it's just a matter of time, really, before there's more of it.
I'll just make a little comment about that too, is that he's right. You don't have to comply, but if somebody gets sick and it traced back to you and you haven't done this training or you haven't done it, then you're in real trouble there. And one thing about this training is that since COVID, it's been available online through, and it's both in English and Spanish. So you can take it online now if you wish to do that through Cornell University. And they do it in different locations as well. I'm sure they do it several times in Florida per year. But the only other thing I thought was I work with a blueberry grower, sizable blueberry grower in Mississippi, and he says Walmart, who he sells to, doesn't care about anything but Primus. So that's what they want. And everything else makes no difference to them. If you had the Primus, then you're good. So it can really depend on who you're selling to. We should probably move on. Okay, to the next one, so we can get done by lunch. So this next one is the extension part. And Mark Bailey was supposed to help me with this, and he's not here. So is there anyone who would like to help with this while? Okay. All right. So somebody's got to write and somebody's got to talk. So you can do talking and I'll do the writing, or vice versa. If you prefer to write, that's up to you. We can switch back and forth. It's okay. Okay. That's fine. No, you can put it wherever you want. Just don't write on the wall. Okay. So in terms of the extension part of this, extension, outreach, education, and so we know that the products that we have available for growers are very few, really. Okay, so where do you go to get a guide on how to grow passion fruit? Does that even exist in some place that's within the United States? In Hawaii, there might be something. In Australia, there's definitely something, but how pertinent is that to us? And how about educational programs, webinars, other things that, what we're trying to get at is what products would you see that were valuable to you, that you would use, you would attend? Where is a starting place for us to deliver good information to you? Now, one thing you have to recognize is that our information that we deliver to you is based on research. That is also lacking a lot, right? So we can make some inferences from other places where research has been done and kind of twist that and say, hey, this has been done in other places. It may or may not work here, but you could try it. So we do have limitations there as well. But, okay, so what do you think? Where do we start with this? Okay.
So you look at just the outline of a Western, well, in your case, Southeastern, SARE research and education grant. That's what we're doing, research and education, right? So we need to, one, isolate those parts of all of this that are the same for each region, or which is the same and which is different. And then we have to do the research to determine that, so that there is one unified approach, maybe with 4 caveats for regions. Or we need to really research and identify the regions, because what is the same for Puerto Rico is going to be pretty much the same for us. Soils are different, but the climate is, same 19 degrees and, and if you include Guam in that, that's more like Florida actually, in terms of the soils, but. So I think looking at at how Western SARE breaks it out might be a good way to, or SARE in general breaks it out, might be a good way to approach it.
Hey, Eric, I'll just follow up on that and say one thing that worked really well with Hannah Bruck's SWD project was having a website that was for grant, impacts and outcomes, that had all the publications added to it as they came out, that had guides on how to do X, Y, and Z, whether it was pruning, pesticide treatments. I mean, in this case, there's more of a horticultural component. So, all of that had a trellis. And I think that was really useful for folks. And then combined with like an annual webinar giving updates. So as far as like providing that information during the duration of the grant, like including that in the proposal, that these are components that we would include, I think would be really helpful. And it also just helped keep everybody organized.
Right.
So I think also we don't need to reinvent the wheel, right? There's other countries that are way more advanced than we are. And maybe we can leverage those resources and convince them to share. We can go there, they can come here, and build those partnerships. So we learn, yes, it will be different environment, different climate, different even, social aspects of it, and how people are more cohesive as a community to move forward, or they just want to do whatever they want to do independently. So that's a social aspect, right? But I think we can use those resources that are already out there. We just need to translate them to our conditions, right? And that's something that we can easily do rather than trying to come up with solutions from scratch, right?
Trying to pass the microphone. I lost my train of thought. Too many things going on.
Yeah, those are good points that both Dara and Romina made, that collaboration with different people who have been doing this work. And I think that one point here that struck me when she was talking was that, we have this group here who are all interested in this room. And if we can definitely create a stronger collaborative structure among the researchers and among the growers, because there's no national passion fruit growers group or anything like that to act as a cohesive unit. So if we can somehow develop something, some structured organization or just informal group that has the ability to interact regularly, I think that would help.
Right now, I'm going to be moving to Kentucky to grow peaches. All right. So as a grower, I have another farm in Kentucky. It's absolutely beautiful. So we're moving up there. And the most important thing, and we started growing blueberries up there. And the most important thing that I found that was so helpful from the University of Florida are the publications that Jonathan himself puts together regarding, there's always a study done of how we're going to do this. And I'm not sure, do you have one done for passion fruit like you have for all the fruits where you? Right. It's a guide. And for the grower, when you're going to learn how to grow something, it's all going to be trial and error. So the grower is the most important person in this because, and the other most important part is the information that you guys are working on. That support, you are we need that education. I needed to know when I put longans in 25 feet apart, 20 years later, there was a reason why I was taught to put these trees because there's not going to be any sunlight anywhere else. I was taught we're going to do trenching. Why are we going to do trenching and cross trench each every 25 feet? Because of our rock surface. So those roots could grab along the top and sustain hurricanes. So all of these are, now the research I'm doing for peaches in Kentucky, I'm learning about microclimates because I'm going to be growing them in the rolling hills. And in that rolling hill, if we get a frost in February in Kentucky, there's no blooms. So if you got to be on the right rolling hill and putting your plants in the right direction. So all of this has a learning curve, and that learning curve starts with the information, with that sheet that you guys put together. That's a starting point for me as a grower.
You guys know Mark Bailey, obviously, right? Because I was at his conference about a couple months ago, and he's just as excited as you are. He wants to start. He said basically the same thing you just said. Get us small farmers, large farmers, medium farmers, anybody interested in passion fruit. Now, Central Florida, which is where I'm at, we have a lot of interest. Miami is a whole nother world, which thank God, I mean, we have the same interest. So it's even though our soil and our conditions are different, we still share a lot of the same concerns with everything and anything we've talked about with passion fruit. And yeah, I mean, Florida has so many opportunities with regards to this. So and the one thing that I found is the most fun for us farmers is going to other farmers like we did yesterday. And I think Mark was talking about the same thing. So the more we get, like you said, those of us who are interested, going to our local farms, because when you go to somebody who's been doing it for 30 years, like we did yesterday, or however long he's been doing it, they take a very mature and a different approach though to us people who are really trying to get going, right? So it's kind of fun to do both, because if you're going to get started with 10 acres and you're going to get started with 10 acres and I'm going to get started with 10 acres, we're going to learn an awful lot from each other by going to our farms.
So maybe something like farmers to farmer or farmer to farmer program in, like an internal farmer to farmer program could be also part of the extension activities, right? Just so both parties can learn.
I guess just kind of piggybacking off what you're saying, maybe we should create a Facebook group for everybody interested in passion fruit growing, and whether it's farmers or even home gardeners, that everybody can kind of put their input in there. So it's just an extension of what people are already doing versus what the commercial growers are doing, and just have a forum where everybody can kind of collaborate and see what others are doing, pictures, feedback, etc. Is it something that's available right now or could be?
I'm on a passion fruit group, but it's very diverse because there's flower growers, there's just people who cultivate and crossbreed and all that. And I also belong to we have a group in the Bay Area that's growing edible passion fruit. So we do support each other, but a lot of them are just beginners. We don't have big growers. I guess I'm kind of the bigger growers within them. So I'm helping them out too, and they're helping me with their findings of what they're seeing in their plants in their backyard.
Yeah, no, I think that's all a good idea. Yeah, the Facebook and the grower groups, the fruit enthusiasts. I think what might be a useful thing is if there was, or we do get grants, obtain grants, would be to create I think what Eric mentioned before, maybe there should be a, U.S. national passion fruit, webpage. And one of the parts of it could be links to all these other organizations, but that one page as part of that grant would be where the repository and links for the research that's already been done and what Romina talked about, co-oping research results from other places and making recommendations. And so you sort of have this science-based website with information, and then all the other groups off of that for discussion and linkage and things like that. But that would be part of a grant to do that. That's an idea to do that, because I think that's a good idea. That, all those other pages, the Facebook and everything. And it would be also a repository for not just extension publications and videos, but also we've done a page, let's say on Laurel Wilt, but we also have there a listing of all the scientific publications. So if somebody really wants to go into the scientific publications, they can do that. And resources, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I had another grant that I did this, and I hired somebody specifically to do that. And that was their job to make the website, to update the website, to interact with the different members who are interested in that. You need somebody dedicated to that to keep it going, because we have people here or Mississippi State or place who can do websites, but they're doing 100 different websites for 100 different people. And so you're going to get left behind eventually. Yeah, everybody. Yeah. I mean, that's true. That's true.
I totally understand the website building. There's time involved in that and keeping the page running, but just a Facebook group. And I understand somebody still has to monitor and that, and you don't want just some home gardener putting all this false information out, that we need experts that will be involved in that page. Would one of us be able to start that and monitor it, but include the extension in that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there is a precedent for that. One grower that I know found that there was a lacking information in growing Southern grapes. And so he created a Facebook page of Southern grape growers. And now there's hundreds of members and has lots of discussion from all around the world of people doing that. So yes, there absolutely that can be done. It just takes one person to have the initiative to go ahead and do it and grow that.
I also think, we're now, so we've had the capability of using the internet to communicate and everything else. So I'd say, one of the, if you can call one of the positive things with the epidemic, is that people have gotten much more dedicated to using the electronic communication, Zoom and Skype and all that. And really it's really opened the eyes, especially even, of extension, because we were using it, but not that much, mostly focused on in-person meetings. And now, basically most of our meetings are hybrid. You can be like this one, you can be in person or you can be online. And that's a great advantage, because it can reach all these distant places so much more easily. Yeah, that was basically.
I see a question here, Steve, a resource for handling shipping conditions for fresh fruits, including passion fruit. So Steve, are you saying that needs to happen or that is available? Well, okay. So apparently there's some information already available from USDA on these types of things. So, but yes, we probably need more information developed in these areas. Okay. All right. For passion fruit? Okay. All tropical fruit. Okay. Okay. Anything else right now? We're going to have this time devoted to developing actionable items. So things that are in the short term, what can we accomplish in the short term? Kind of maybe a little bit longer term, and then very long term things that we want to get done. This can be under these topics of breeding and genetics, and then the pests and diseases, and then the horticulture practices, all of those things, economics. And so what we want to come out of here is say, okay, you know, Jonathan and Romina, we need a publication on X, or, you know, something like that. Or we want to have a proposal on, you know, some sort of irrigation project, or we want to have, you know, something that you guys as producers and growers want to see have done. And I think there's lots of opportunity here. There's lots of ground to cover. So if we can do these things, then we go out the door later today and start thinking about how to get them done. Okay. So let's talk about breeding and genetics. And what is a short-term type of project or goal that we can accomplish? So, Manjul.
The key short term, according to me, would be, you know, screening germplasm, because we have a lot of germplasm, and, you know, we visited with the growers, and each of the growers have their own selections, but there is nothing that can compare between the germplasm that grower A has versus what grower B has. And also there is a lot of germplasm that, you know, that has already come into the country from either Australia or Brazil, for example. And I think we need to have a well-replicated study to actually evaluate all this germplasm and identify superior germplasm from that collection. Screening of germplasm to identify superior lines. Right.
You have to collect the germplasm first, and then you have to decide on the location where to keep it. I mean, I can send you 50 different varieties from Hawaii, but where are you going to put it, and are you going to take care of it? Yeah. Thanks, Jonathan. So yeah, I mean, that's collecting and
that might be called a common nursery, just for agronomic terms. And in genetic terms, it's called a diversity panel. So it serves also a function of genetic analysis.
But here's the thing, and I agree that that needs to be done. I think that's a little bit longer term project, because first thing is we need to I'll make a list of what we're going to test, figure out where to get those things, figure out how to set it up and plant it and where and all those things. Synthesize information of availability. Yeah. So I think that's a short term. Say, okay, we can go and find out which, you know, what our growers growing. We know, you know, maybe what's here. We can get a list together. I mean, that's something that's short term that we can do. And say, here's the list of what's growing. And then we move to the medium and say, okay, we develop, you know, we need some funding or whatever to do this. So a proposal through Department of Agriculture, a block grant or something. Yeah, okay, so that, I think that's fair. What is the short term? I would say short term is what, 1 year? Short term's 1 year. Medium term, 3 to 5 years, and then longer term is beyond 5 years. So yeah, that's a good point there. Yeah, yeah, a catalog of the germplasm that's currently being grown. And then sure. There might be some information of their, yeah. So there might be some traits that are known, or there might be some traits that are unknown, or someone's unwilling to share. But if we get as much information as possible on that, I think that's a fair place to start. All right. Yes.
I really don't think you guys need to reinvent the wheel. You've got one of the largest start companies in the country. AgroStar is doing purple passion fruit. And we know that's a winner. There's a reason why Robert is here, sells it at his fruit stand, because everyone loves the flavor of it. And we know it grows well here. And we've had a lot of good history with that. I'm just talking about South Florida. So that's definitely a starting point. If you're a grower and you want clean material, they're definitely working on clean material. That's what they do for a living, if it's ending up in every Home Depot in the United States. So definitely, I would highly recommend the Possum Purple. If I was going to start a passion fruit farm, that's what I would do.
Right. And I think that's a good point there, is that's really our baseline variety right now. That's our check. Exactly. But there's probably things that are better than that. Obviously things that are worse than that. So, but we don't know really. And so if we plant something, Possum Purple, as the check in this comparison, we get that information, you know. So that kind of, to me, goes into that medium term type of thing, is the actual variety tests.
And if I may too, you know, as we kind of hit on yesterday, we would be, you know, more than willing to put other selections into culture. They just need to be confirmed, you know, things that are good for commercial type production. We are, you know, always on the hunt, but certainly some variety trials with some backing research to prove that would definitely give us some headway to put other things in culture.
Very, very good point, Johnny. That's you know, one of the reasons that if we have your backing kind of on this, then that gives us better ammunition to go forward with it, because we could say, hey, AgroStarts wants this to be done, because it, you know, they can therefore propagate these improved varieties to diversify the marketplace. So I see a comment here from Pablo saying we need to define superior in what way: disease resistance, higher yield. Yeah, those are common things that are defined as superior. But, you know, we got to have a place to start. And if Possum Purple is kind of our check, that's the one that's grown very widely here in South Florida. And we have this variety trial in Florida somewhere. And we refer everything back to, how does it do against Possum Purple? Is it better? Well, it's superior to Possum Purple. Superior is kind of a, you know, it's a little subjective term. Exactly. So there are things we'll look for: disease resistance, yield, bricks, you know, fruit quality, those sort of things. Yes. Yeah, so the comment is, anything like this has to be a multi-location trial. So I think we could do this, obviously within Florida. And that, but once you start getting out to Mississippi or Tennessee, the vines are just not going to survive long enough to make it. But Hawaii, that would be another location, and Puerto Rico potentially, and California possibly. Yeah. Well, one of the great things about doing a multi-location is that you may have diseases here, and then they may have a totally different disease there that shows up. And well, it's susceptible to that particular disease, though, even though we don't see it. So, I mean, there's real value in doing it in multi-locations. Okay, so yeah, so the comment is about a trial, doing a kind of a screening trial here in one location, and then selecting the better types from that trial, and then creating a multi-location trial from those particular varieties. And I think that makes sense. So we would have maybe in that medium term is your screening one location trial. And then at the 5 years beyond, we're going into multi-state. This seems like a long time, right? But in terms of research, it's like tomorrow. Yeah. 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 So that's a good point, that based on the data that were collected within this initial germplasm information, we could do crop modeling based on weather data and based on some of the measurements, photosynthesis and everything else that could. Now, I think that's kind of probably going in here. Here's the short term within 1 year. So it's got to be in here as well. So we get the list together, contact all these places and say, hey, we want to grow this. We're going to do it at Apopka, or we'll do it in Hawaii or wherever else. Yeah. Our baseline is not. It's right. Well, I think, to be fair, yes, we would include that. That's probably, yeah, I mean, that's got to be later, I think, because what we look for is, does it grow? Does it survive? Is it better than what we already have? And then based on that, we can say, okay, now let's go farther. Does it is it taste better? Is the aroma better? Is it produce, more pulp or whatever that we need? And it's a little bit longer term and a little more involved in terms of the research as well. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the comment was about possum purple and how that is probably a really good starting place because it can be grown in a lot of different locations, and that's already a known factor. So I agree that the product is available, and that's where we start from as the baseline. So, okay, we've got making a list of available varieties. Try and get some of the traits or aspects that we think that these varieties have. that are currently being grown. And some of these things are going to be anecdotal because they're not been tested or had any research done on them. Yes. Correct. Yeah, that's what right now the focus is United States. Yes. Yeah, so we're looking at varieties and things, germplasm that's already being grown here. Yeah. So there are restrictions to be able to import plant materials into the country. The concern I have about getting too broad is that it just gets very complicated very quickly. And so if we just focus on what we have now and then maybe look for longer term in terms of bringing that stuff in to compare, I think that makes more sense to me anyway. Yeah, you know, that's a really good cost of establishing a germplasm collection. Now, is there a germplasm collection in Hawaii? Okay. Is it in Puerto Rico? Pablo, is there a germplasm repository in Puerto Rico for passion fruit? I don't know if he's gonna. Not officially, he says. Okay. So yeah, I think that, I mean, having a germplasm repository would be great. I mean, there's a lot of, I have several accessions in the field. Okay. There's gotta be a germplasm repository somewhere. Is it in California? Yeah, I thought it was Hilo too, but I you know. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. So yeah, it needs a steward to maintain that. So could we do something with just seeds? I mean, that's much far easier to store if we had seeds, but well, just as a repository to keep. For long term. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, those are questions we don't know. But I think it would be a good idea to look in terms of how do we start thinking about this anyway. Officially, it's in Hawaii. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe that's why they never write me back. When I ask questions. Okay, so you know, I think those are really good short-term goals there that we can take some action on. So let me ask this then in terms of, and I'm not going to go into the medium and long-term goals for this, but who wants to participate in the short-term goals? I mean, that's the other thing. So Jonathan and Matthew and Manjul and Josh. Well, just getting, no, this is like getting our list together of, so yeah. So if we had people out like you all in California and said, hey, I got these people that I know, they're growing X variety here. and they're willing to donate some material to us, I mean, that's hugely helpful to us. So, I mean, if you're all are willing to do something like that, that would be great. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, space is an issue, so. Okay. So Dara said she's willing to help you on that too. All right, so. Okay. Yeah, so we'll start putting the list together, and I think that's where we begin with this. One thing I would add to this longer term, kind of past the 5 years, is more specific breeding programs, because there's no breeders that exist right now, and like in a public program for passion fruit. There's lots of private breeders out there, but a lot of those are doing ornamental type stuff. So maybe a longer term would be actual development or establishment of a breeding program. Yeah, I mean, so I'm working on it, but you know, the scale of what one person can do is fairly small. You know, if you get some more funding, then you can ramp that up a little bit. Fraction of time. I'm 20% research point, you know, so most of it is extension. I do not at this point, but I think that that's one of the things that we should definitely. Well, I'm very interested in developing in Incarnata germplasm repository. I have Incarnata from several different locations around the country, but you know, there's so much more that could be done with it. So. Yeah, I think yeah, let's put native, probably medium. Let's put that in the medium. So Ken, Dara says Tracy Matsumoto is on board as well. Good, good. To at least. Okay. And Pablo said he would do it in Puerto Rico as well. So, okay. Anything else on the breeding and germplasm? So, okay. So, if that's all, yeah. So, you know, I think maybe in the longer term there, just put like genetics, genomics, you know, that sort of stuff. Omics. Yeah, we may have more omics by then. Yeah, probably markers. Yeah. Yeah. Could be MAS. Okay. Let's move to the other one. Pests and diseases. And I'll trade you. I'll trade you if you want to talk the pests and diseases.
All right, so also short, medium, and long term. Any ideas? Well, short term, I think figuring out the pathways of spread for viruses. So how often plants are infected through aphids, or is it 100% propagation or mechanical transmission? So really detailing the movement of viruses from infected into healthy, right? Like knowing which aphid species and how often, where do they live? How can we maybe decrease their habitat so they don't jump from whatever reservoir there are into planting? Potiviruses, yeah. There's more, yeah, but it seems like they can have cucumber mosaic virus, Carla viruses, but if the potivirus is there, then you get the decline. So it seems like it's more dominant, the potivirus group, which is aphid and mechanical transmitted. So the figuring out the pathways will be medium, right? Because you have to do lots of research, right? So that will be medium, right? So of viral transmission, yeah. And then you're right. So the first we need to know what's there, and then how we got there, right? How about education for clean plant? To start. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they follow. But we try. Yeah. Yeah. How about new formulations to use, like to label new products, different chemistries, different mode of action, long term? Yeah.
People that are going to be first starting to plant this, even the yellow passion fruit, which I was very involved in, getting them going. The caterpillar was a big issue, and I didn't want to kill the caterpillar. No, I would go like this with my finger a lot. Well, I know they weren't going away; they were just going back. But that's what really inhibits the beginning of the plant when they're small, planting them in the ground. So that's the first thing you really need to get right under control. I think we're using neem oil now. That's not right. You can not neem oil. The neem oil is for what? Got it. So that's an organic. That's an organic thing that organic people is. That's what the organic people use. That's what they say. That's a shiny leaf. So it's the dye. That's what you need.
Okay, so first is identify in multiple states what are the problems and have a diagnostic guide so farmers can point out what they have, right? And then education on starting with clean plant material. How about assessment of things that we don't have yet but can come so we can be prepared? So let's make one. Potential invasive pests and pathogens. Yeah. So I don't know where to put this, but I do think that horticulture and management of pests and diseases need to go hand by hand. So like as a scientist, I would like to know if the plant can live with a virus, if we can improve other aspects of the plant health so we make it last for the 3-4 years to a production and quality that we want. And then we change, maybe it's easy, is more cost effective to start over if those 3-4 years are very productive, right? So how do we, like my idea would be to have infected plants and non-infected plants and then work on the fertilization program and pruning program. But that seems to be a very long term, right? So how do you write that? Cultural practices in regard to pest and disease to mitigate. Yeah. 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 So, so Ken is saying that also for the Hawaiian growers, it will be very useful to have some pictorial guide of pest and disease programs and tips on sanitation and how to reduce pressure, right? Not necessarily go and spray something, but how can you reduce the pressure? Preventative. So the discussion is if can we include IR4 in this program, and that's basically what we do. So we are now testing, or will be testing some formulation that is not labeled yet for control of root rot, Phytophthora root rot. So those things are, gonna go through IR4, but it takes like 3 years. Yeah, so you have to do the 2 efficacy trials, right? Better if it's multi-state, but sometimes, we just don't have the plants, right? So you have to do it twice. Of course, you have to have the data that supports that the product is as good as the standard or better. And residue and phyto. So IR4, yeah, long term, yeah. And I will just take this chance to talk to the local growers. We might need some plants at some point of any of the tropical fruits, and that will just speed up the process, right? We have 2 locations. We might be able to do it in 1 year instead of waiting for 2. And so we're always looking for grower collaborators to let us try. Yeah. We will need your plants, and then you can't touch them. But then they will regrow. I mean, these are things that will be like spray on foliar sprays, or yeah. So they, from track. Yeah. Are they okay? She will be, right? Yeah. So there's Pablo Morales said that yes, we need to identify the viruses. And again, this will imply research. We can do some, fast testing with these serological tests, those immunostrips, but to clearly, go to the molecular level, that requires money and labor. But yes, definitely we will have different type of viruses and combinations. I would say midterm. Yeah. Quantified damage. That's also important, right? Because we talk about diseases, but what it matters really is the impact of those diseases on production. So like in Florida, fungal diseases, besides the viruses, fungal diseases, very important, might not be the same in other places. But at the end, everything comes down to the money. So we need to calculate actually how much they cost to the grower. In terms of inputs, so in terms of input, like how much they spend in fungicides, in pruning, in sanitation, and so on, and how much they are losing due to the disease. So we don't have really numbers for each of the diseases, and that's very important when we write grants, right, to show what's the impact. So that will also be to calculate the impact of the disease damage. Yeah, I guess medium, right, Trent? To calculate how much money it costs per disease, like how much the growers losing. Medium, yeah. Okay, so then long-term would be an IPM program framework using a multi-component approach, non-chemical strategies. Yeah, definitely long-term. And again, we advocate IPM practices, right? Try to lower the inputs of chemicals but still have good production. Then export risk and post-harvest treatments, economic thresholds. So definitely post-harvest is something that at least I don't do much, but I would like to get into it because, kind of Miami is becoming a packing house, I feel. And so we need to learn, even if we want to use the fruit that comes in, for maybe another market that comes out of this industry, we don't know the post-harvest diseases that they might get here. So definitely that's something to explore as well. So I would say yes. Okay. So maybe we can partner with USDA. Yeah. 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 And then something also is to think about the imports, right? I don't know how many of you get those risk assessments from APHIS, which actually the emails also go to growers, right? We all, as a citizens of US, have the right to give an opinion, especially if you have knowledge on the field. So something to think about is what is out there that might get in. And maybe import of fruit is not a route, but that's something also to be aware of. Anything else? Yeah, so the comment is on the clean plant idea that is a short term. in the education. So the education can be a short term with what we know so far, and kind of like the in-field propagation, right? But for the tissue culture of the different cultivars and maybe more availability, then that will require research to kind of increase the scale of propagation. And I don't know, I think the education part of the planting clean material, I don't know how the growers feel about getting plants from tissue culture. I don't know if they know how they look, what to do with it, how to get it, who to call, you know, those things. Maybe there will be a change of mind if this is more accessible to the grower and easy to handle. Yeah, so Ken says that they also do it, they have this kind of education on how to handle tissue culture plants in banana in Hawaii. Long-term also cryopreservation. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do feel like those are a little bit, at least not for our growers. I don't think our growers go to these shows. I think that they will, if we show them that it's easy and that it makes sense, I think they will adopt the method, but I think they need to learn and feel comfortable. I think they feel comfortable with what they do now, which is cutting and put it in a potting soil, right? So I think that if the prices are reasonable and we show them that they will skip, you know, it's like jumping a loop of all of these things that they can be introduced into the field, then they will adopt it. So yeah, post-harvest conservation. Yeah, Puerto Rico. Yeah, so Puerto Rican growers will accept tissue culture plants. Maybe we can talk to people in Puerto Rico and ask, you know, how they convince the growers to do that and so on. So climate range for key pests and diseases to identify high risk areas. And I think we have something like that, like kind of predict based on our climate and hosts, what can come and establish and move, right? One thing is that the things that can come, and if things arrive to Mississippi, they probably die if it's during the winter. Things that arrive in Florida, they just flourish, right? They're out of the airport. They're here to stay and to grow. So very different in each location, but it's good to have some modeling or some predictive capabilities for those. Yes. I need money for everything. Yes. You said money. Yes. I'm gonna give you the microphone so it gets recorded. So it gets. This needs to get recorded.
Everybody's got their hands out. All right. There's an announcement that just came out for funding out of the Clean Plant Network and the Plant Protection program. There's like $75 million that's going to be available, and I think $7.5 million of that's going to be for clean plant opportunities. The proposal period ends. Huh? No, it's August 1st. August 1st. So if you need funding, there's that opportunity. I ain't got it. I got small pockets.
Yeah, so that's something that we can look into it if they have an education component. So I think we are kind of swamped with research, but for extension and outreach activities might be a good, sorry. Clean plant is more, it's a little bit different, but maybe. Yes, who's gonna give me money for the guy? No. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That sounds good then. Yeah. 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 So when did we go? Like December, right? We went to Jackie Trent field, and we brought all of these immune strips, and it was just very interesting to teach them how to run their own tests. Now, I think there is, from the moment that you teach them to their implementing, there's still a gap. So again, it's a matter of making them feel comfortable with using those tools. And that is not only one time, right? You have to do it multiple times. So practices to improve post-harvest conservation, which ones? Almost right away using existing plantings, harvesting age. Yes. So understanding better potential post-harvest diseases. Okay. Yeah, so Johnny said that, yeah, he's happy to help. Yeah, exactly. Like, even though I don't even know how these plants look, and what do I do with a plant that comes from the tissue culture? So I just stick it in the in the dirt. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I have to say, at least from my experience, we're a little bit behind. Yeah, so maybe harvesting all the knowledge already out there. Like, again, synthesizing or synthesizing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, yeah. All right. Good. Okay.
Okay, so the next one was hort production practices. And so, yeah.
So, I mean, sort of there's a theme here in the sense that with the last two topics, probably one of the short-term goals is things that could be done is to, compile what's already known or what's already done with respect to infrastructure. And so it could be modified to take into consideration different regions where passion fruit might be grown, right? So the infrastructure for Tennessee is going to be different than Florida, than Hawaii, than Texas or wherever. So sort of, again, just compiling information and putting it in one place. And that can include, one thing we might consider for all of these short-term ones, and we talked a little bit about this previously, is having a website where all this information can be compiled and the links compiled to make it super easy. So you could have, planting establishment, and you have this tab, and then you click on that, and all these publications or links, actually probably simpler to have the links, because the links to publications sometimes change and drop, to have the links to, the extension publications at your university, UF, wherever, and people can just click on that. but it would be in an organized fashion. Right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I think that's sort of a theme with all of them. And so, for instance, you know, even in the subcategories, such as not just part of the infrastructure, irrigation infrastructure, you know, and then also it could be compiling what's already known about irrigation management in general, but specifically if there's stuff on passion fruit, fertilizer, you know, leaf levels. They don't have to necessarily be from Florida or from Tennessee or wherever. When you look at leaf levels, like for different fruit crops, it can be from Israel, Spain, Brazil. Nutrient analysis, sorry. Yeah. They're not that different. It's not like so radically different that we have to spend 10 years trying to figure out, oh, it's 1.1 in Florida and 1.2 in Mexico. You're close enough. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. So there's a lot of information out there. So I would just say, you know, compiling would probably be the short term. More midterm would be looking at, let's say, canopy management. So, you know, the pruning practices and how that goes along with the cropping cycle or lack of a cropping cycle, that kind of thing. I know people are concerned with well, of course should be, the plant spacing within rows and between rows. And that's important. So you need to take in with that, doesn't matter what crop, what size of equipment are you using? You know, you bringing in these huge John Deere tractors, or are you using smaller equipment? The shading effect between adjacent rows, so and the height, right? So you got to take into consideration, how tall is my trellis? It means that I have to have this amount of space for my equipment, but also to stop shading. So those kind of discussions can be added to the information that's there. Well, that's what I was saying about the leaf levels. So nutrient leaf levels. So, you know, it gets complicated when you make fertilizer recommendations, because what I'm going to recommend in Homestead is probably going to be different than it's going to be in these other areas because of the soil types, climate, and all that. So you can have some general things, and then more specific. If more specific things are known, you can put that in there, right? And yes, I put compiling. Yep. Right. Yeah. And yeah, so even in the with regard, so yeah, midterm research would be canopy management, plant spacing and shading to production, and disease control and pest control, you know, insects, diseases. And even, you know, with plant spacing and things, you know, there's already a lot of information from other crops, some general information that can be applied. Yeah.
I want to take a second to talk about the serendipitous thing that happened on the farm, which Josh got to witness. I think it's a good time to make this announcement. What do you think, Josh? This is probably the biggest thing since the pool water splashed on the longan tree. Do you remember that? You know the story, Jonathan? You wrote an article on it. You wrote a piece on it. Yeah, how the potassium chlorate became a fertilization for it to strengthen the viability, right? And we use this fertilization now on longan trees just because this chlorine splashed on the root system of the longans and induced the bloom. And all of a sudden, now we had blooms on a longan tree when we shouldn't. And it also opened up the opportunity to shoot different windows to sell longans at a very high price point, because we can control the blooming of the longan tree. So in the corner of my farm, we've planted a lot of passion fruit around the fence line of the property. This is something going on with these guys right now. And I just happened to have a giant pile of sludge. You remember what sludge is, Jonathan? We used to have a lot of that back then. And the runoff from the sludge got onto the passion fruit vines. And this one particular corner where they're at, And the leaves are probably something similar to what a leaf Ken has in Hawaii, just this dark green, incredible. So excited Josh was about it. He wanted to take some cuttings. Oh, do you? I imagine an island with so many people, you're going to have sludge. Yeah. Does anyone know what sludge is? So anyway, if anyone wants to see that, you can come to my farm today and take a look at that. So yeah, so long-term, certainly developing IPM programs, best practices, best management practices for fertilizer and irrigation or water management. Those take time to do. And again, you'd want to have it multi-state because you're going to have multi-soil types, things like that. But the technology that you could employ may be similar, but you would be testing it for your specific area. It is changing quick, right? On passion fruit, not that I know of. Yeah. Yeah. So they were asking about whether to use, has anybody tested biochar? That could certainly, you could broadly call that soil amendments because it includes, I'm sorry, charcoal. Yeah, but also biosolids or waste, compost, organic compost, inorganic compost, sludge. Yeah. Yeah, weed management is a good one. That would I would put at for the short term, it would be part of that educational pulling together all the information on weed control. Well, that would probably be more mid-long term, right? Identifying weeds that are the hosts of the various insects that are then of concern for passion fruit. I don't know, Daniel, long term, right? Or mid-term, long term, medium term. Okay. Yeah. And then also work on pollination. That's probably more long term. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe parts of it are medium, parts are long. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Compare demonstrated infrastructure types for plant support systems, fertilizer experiments to improve yield and pulp and quality. Yeah, those are all good. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, those are long term. You know, but one way maybe to perhaps jumpstart the information that we don't have to compare infrastructure types would be to do more detailed analyses, both economic and production analyses of existing plantings, if the growers are willing to cooperate with information on their production practices and the costs of the practices. You could jumpstart because you saw the differences in the trellis systems of the two farms we went to, right? There were some differences. So if you had that background information, you wouldn't necessarily have to spend $100,000 to put in 5 different systems and wait 5 years, right? Why not try to co-op or collaborate and use existing plantings of commercial plantings? Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. And I think part of it needs to be not just yeah, their structures and all that, but the economics of it, right? You know, because if you're putting down, you know, $5,000-$10,000 for a structure, it just may not be easier to put up 2 wires and walk away, you know. So we need to think about that.
One of the things that was showed to us when we were just starting out was a video from China as to how their practices were growing passion fruit. And I think what Jackie has is similar to what that one was. That's why they actually say they can push up to 100 pounds per vine. That's probably the difference that I saw.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea whether that's why. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Okay. So that, yeah. Yeah. So that becomes two issues about, or not issues, two things about that. One is a management. How much management are you going to do, and how much labor costs and things like that to do the extensive pruning and thinning the fruit and all that. The other is using organic soil amendments like sludges and biosolids. There gets to be regulatory issues. You're only allowed to use so much per year per acre. That's the first thing. Second thing is you get into the food safety. I'm sure there's going to be an issue if you're using pig manure and the fruit is dropping on the pig manure and then you are harvesting that. So yeah, or chickens, you can't have wildlife in your farm. That's just not going to, yeah, you're not even supposed to have your dog unless you make it a working dog. What? I'm sorry. Silvopasture, you're talking about forest? No, you can do that, but you're not going to, you've got issues when you put a fruit crop there or a vegetable crop that you are going to harvest. You have all kinds of restrictions on animal access and on what the animals leave there access. And yeah, so if I'm going to go harvest my avocados, I have to, there's actually regulations. You have to go through the perimeter. This is like a couple of days before harvest, go through the entire perimeter of the property, make sure there's no wild animals getting in, birds. If there's a tree that is loaded with vulture poop, you have to mark that tree. You cannot harvest that tree. So it gets very, very detailed very quickly. And that's part of the Food Safety Modernization Act. So yeah, I know, we used to think, oh yeah, farming is sort of the transition between the natural area and the urban area, and it's great, all the wildlife. Once FDA implemented the Food Safety Act, all that went out the window. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Not so much. Yeah. So again, there's issues with having any animals in a production farm that's fruits and vegetables. It's what he said. It's got to be controlled. Yeah. Yeah. No, this is a national food safety. Well, that's another issue. I'm talking about the U.S. The U.S. has the Food Safety Modernization Act. Yeah. Yeah, so that would be something, that the post-harvest group and the food scientists could do, would be, number one, compiling what's already known. Yeah, and if there are any quality standards for other places, and even, talking about what to look for here, when to harvest, what the fruit should look like. So that could be a short term.
Okay, so for this one, I'm going to need some group input. So we have short term, medium term, and long term, right? The one thing that we're working on that's short term and that Victor will be presenting on is our enterprise budget. So we'll have an enterprise budget published as an EDIS document this year that can serve as a baseline. The cost of production for 1 acre. So cost and revenue, but it's based on South Florida, right? That's. We can do that. We can share the Excel. So one thing we could share, if there's a website, we could share the Excel because he has everything in Excel with the prices, and then you can just change how you'd want it, right? That's an easy thing to do with that. Oh, South Florida Central, yeah, it'll still be different, yeah. Right, we could put the Excel file on. We have other ones where you can change it. Right, so that's one option that could be all done for this year. Right, they can be adjusted multi-state, but then if there was an ag economist in Hawaii that wanted to work with us, or if Ben wanted to work with me in Pacific. Well, I would be happy to fly to Hawaii. But beyond that, I really need to know the things that we discussed, what's the most important, so that we can focus on, and then we can put those between medium term and long term and discuss where we can apply for grants and funding. Did I see a hand raised over here? Oh. So we had some of the discussions were on, so I want to listen to the growers first, right? So discussions we had were on the consumer research, right? Well, I'm not putting it on. I want to see what's needed. So we have like the consumer research, the market intelligence was one thing, right? If there's, yep, it'd be a sensory evaluation would be part of that. Yep. Another thing we had a discussion on studying, you know, the value chain of passion fruit. Other things in production would be the startup costs. We only have the annual cost, right? Would it be necessary to figure out what's the investment costs in establishing passion fruit? So what are the priorities? Yes.
The health benefits of passion fruit. If you're going to be paying this money per pound, there needs to be some health benefits, right?
Right. So one thing we can do, and there's a lot of really interesting experiments that's done with some of my colleagues in Gainesville that are more into consumer research, is you can test consumers' responses. If you say, you saw this morning that they had the slide on all the health benefits of passion fruit. Yeah, I think so. Eric has that, right? The slide, the first slide this morning when we came in, there was that slide about health benefits. Sure, why not? And so we've done experiments with other products where you put out, hey, if you know that passion fruit does this for you, are you more likely to buy it? Are you more likely to pay more for it? Things like that. And we can follow them and see that, how it changes their behavior. There's things like that. Yeah, but I don't know. Yes, John.
So he's asking you to prioritize those things that he just mentioned. I mean, for me, sort of startup costs would be like the first thing for me.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, we could do it by farm size, right?
I agree with you guys that the first thing is to determine the startup cost. Like with some numbers and realistic yields per acre, I think that any project can take off. Like in many crops, like there's always that, oh, we can sell this for this much, and but what's your cost? And if you take these to a larger type of project, would you achieve economies of scales, or are you going to be getting an efficiency? So that is, I would say, main step. Then as a short term, I think it's very important to also analyze what the market is looking, what the customer is looking on passion fruit. When they go to a store, are they driven by color? Are they driven by taste? Are they driven by size? So these type of things will definitely help choose the right varieties that might be needed for these type of projects. So different varieties, probably different yields per acre. And so all these things start tidying together. So as a short term, I think those are things that maybe we can start looking into.
So that's other things. So who's the audience? That would also be medium term. So for you, yes. Because that would have to be a grant thing. But right, so like, so with that, we can see what are the factors that they look at when they purchase passion fruit. But also that probably depends on what type of consumer it is as well, right? So then we'll look at the differentiation of consumers.
There's some people who buy it because it's part of their culture. There's some people who want to buy it because now they want to experience something different because they've heard about it and they have a lot of expendable income. And in our area, there's a lot of people with expendable income.
Again, once product is available in the market consistently, you'll be surprised that there is not just a type of customer for these products. One of the biggest challenges that exotic fruits are going through is the inconsistency in supply. So you'll be amazed that once this, like a consumer goes to a store and say, hey, passion fruit. 2 weeks later, hey, passion fruit again. And 3 months and the year goes by and he's always there. They probably will start including it because the industry, and I'm not saying just marketers, I'm saying that there's a wide range of people, whether it's on social media or whether it's shippers like us, like we all preaching that these products are great, that they have amazing health benefits. So consistency in supply is one thing, but I would say it may not be recommended just to label a consumer or to try to hit a demographic. I think that we need to see the big picture.
Okay, well, you know what you need for your business, so you would know better, right? My theory was, and my question, and you helped answer this, was whether I think certain consumer groups might want purple and certain consumer groups might want like yellow passion fruit and so on. And the other thing is certain consumer groups might want organic and others might not as much. So we're trying to see how you disaggregate your markets, right? Right. So I guess that would be. So what Ken is saying, it's for those of you online, that this would be multiple locations, and that's a long-term market and analysis. So we can do short-term or medium-term consumer research on some of the basic things on taste, color, so on, for varieties, and then a longer-term market analysis on trends and this one here. That's what you got there. Mhm.
I mean, my long-term view of this is it's going to end up kind of like, I would liken it to strawberries. Once there's tons of strawberries available, then the one up from the consumer, all the people who make jams and jellies, all the people who make ice creams and popsicles, and all those people who make those are going to be the mega consumers, because they're going to want passion fruit to make all their value added products. They're going to buy more than your mom and pop down the street.
You know, Hawaii is a good example because passion fruit or lily koi is the most wanted fruit that there is, with the possible exception of durian that all the hippies love, and they pay $50 for one durian. Just one fruit. That's another story. So passion fruit, we have a range of prices. So the average price at the farmer's market, you know, is 50 cents to $1 of fruit, where the brewery is buying it for 50 cents a pound to add it to their lily koi beer, but our wholesalers are paying $1.50 a pound. So it's all over the board. So what we need help with is to have these analytics so that we can establish some firm prices, I guess. Without, I mean, I had a big fight with the NRCS lady who accused me of price fixing, you know, and I said, well, you're dumping just like the Japanese did the Texas Instruments, you know, you're selling these things way too cheap, way under cost of production. And we have to understand cost of production in order to level the prices out. So that's what we need.
Right. So if I gather this together, it makes sense that the first thing we would want to do is the cost of production and figuring out what it takes to invest. So that's part of that, right? So you need to know what our costs are to see how much we can sell it for, right? I think one point that's coming to mind as well that Jose was mentioning about having a consistent supply. We need to also look maybe in the medium term about how we get there and look at supply chains, right? So like how we're getting from the different states or whatever to get a consistent supply. Right, so it's I'll repeat it, okay. So basically what Ken was saying was that once we know what cultivars are the better productive and so on, then we can start establishing how we just set up our supply, right, to market. But that's together with the breeding. So a lot of these things, the challenge I think we're going to face is trying to put an order into what we're doing with all the programs. And that's, I think we kind of got it figured out now for economics.
The pest, the disease, the breeding, everything will have to be like very fine tuned, like a dance, right? That's gonna be a challenge. Yeah, so it's better to narrow, to start small.
Thanks. Okay, we've got one more section here to talk about in terms of short and medium and long term. So if we can do this one in about 15 minutes, then we'll have a 15-minute break. How does that sound? So this is our extension and education and outreach portion of this. And some of this has already been covered under the other sections. And maybe what we've done there is a lot of what we need to say about this. But I thought we should have an opportunity here of, if we were to, what can we do in the short term to better educate you in terms of passion fruit production or some other aspect of regarding passion fruit. Yeah. Get a list of growers with contact information. That's a very good one. That could be under the short term. And we have a start on that with this conference. Yes.
What I see a lot being asked, is, I have this problem. What is it? What do I do about it? Which is the
So that comment is that's in every crop in every place and all the time. So yes, what is this and what do I do about it? So that kind of comes in with the ID guide that we talked about in the pests and diseases. So we'll have photos that show, okay, this disease looks like this and this insect looks like this. Well, we can talk about that as well. And what I would suggest is that we do the guide first, and then you can translate that into the app. Because the app costs money or real money, and somebody's got to be able to have the expertise to do that. Yeah, so abiotic types of biotic and abiotic deficiencies and those sort of things are that's really good. Okay, so yes. Yes, so a list of passion fruit specialists. I'm not sure that most of those exist, but yeah, we have one right here maybe. But yeah, that's a good idea. And we had talked previously about developing a web page or website with all that, and that could be listed under that. And it's, right. Yeah. I was just kind of joking about that, but yeah. 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 So it's the people who are willing to answer questions, essentially, and they don't have to be university people either, but if they're, they're willing to do that. Mm-hmm. Well, right. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we want to have people who have expertise in that. And I see this on Facebook things a lot where people say, what is this? And you get this answer and it's obviously wrong. And, and people, oh, I didn't know that, and then it kind of perpetuates. Yeah. Well, so yeah, definitely we would have some sort of. Yeah. Yes. Right. Okay. So, yeah, so the model is kind of UF. They have a distance disease diagnostic system where a question goes to a central point and then it's funneled to the specialist. So something like that could be developed. So the comments about a newsletter, yeah, see that's the problem is, yeah, that's the problem. I think we could do something more modern than a newsletter. I mean, social media, or there's got to be ways that we can get content to folks without having the newsletter, because the newsletter becomes difficult. Right, right. So there are feeds that can come into the web page and then be sent out on social media type platforms. I think that's a better option. Or even a blog you could do. But somebody, again, you got to usually chase content for that. I think that's got to be medium. Yeah. Yeah. So let's say I like these ideas. So we got the podcast, we got social media, we've got these things. So kind of figuring out ways to spread the word, essentially. Yeah. Well, there's like Australian. They have a new Australian growers. They have a newsletter that I'm aware of. And then if you're a member of the Passionfruit International, they have newsletter and publications and things that comes through there. Yeah, they're mainly focused on the flowers, but yeah. But they do have information about growing and stuff like that. Right. So we're looking for a centralized location to get you the information. Yeah. 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 For edible. Yeah, absolutely. So there's a lot of stuff out there for the flower production, but not so much for the fruit. Yeah, YouTube would be another one on there. Yeah. Yeah, it costs money to do these things. So we have to, I mean, that's kind of a medium term thing, probably, is if we can generate the money for it. Yeah. Short videos. Yeah, I think that would be if we could. Yeah. So the So yeah, searchable. So I want to just give you an idea of maybe the cost of some of these ideas, because I wrote a grant 13 years ago to get a website like this funded for e-extension. Okay, so this is a national website for e-extension on grapes. Got funded. We did the website. All the information is there. It's still there. $450,000, because you have to have somebody manage it. You have to have that. And we had meetings to gather the content, write the content. So, I mean, it's not some, and it's over 3 years, but still it's, that content is still online. You can still search it, and it's not updated. Perpetually. Yes, actually, that's very true. I am typing this up. I have to create a report for NIFA anyway, but they just want the basic stuff, but I am going to type all of this up as a larger document and share it. Yes, yeah. And the recording of this we should be able to share that as well. Yeah. No, there are no growers associations for passion fruit. Nothing there. Now you mentioned something maybe on a small scale in the state, like in California or something. Yeah, rare fruit growers, but nothing very specific to passion fruit. Yeah, so yeah, absolutely. I would say that would help coalesce all of it and create momentum if we could get these folks together and working in one direction. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. So maybe that's under the long-term kind of national grower organization. Now that's probably something beyond the scope of what the land grant university can do, but we can help foster the intent on that. Yeah, a lot of, well, yes, that's true. They can include a lot more than just growers. Correct, grower driven. Because to be successful, the growers have to be invested. And yeah, I mean, we got a zillion things to do in a zillion different directions, and we just can't focus on that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you guys have different types of liaisons within the community than we do. And that helps a lot. You know, if you're friends with those people and see them on a daily basis, they'll take your word that, hey, those extension guys are okay. You know, the information they have is good. And I mean, that really helps create a better interactive environment. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, Facebook is very powerful in terms of its reach. But it's also a wild west in terms of information, and you know that a lot of it is not good information. Yeah, I think that's a great short-term one. Can we identify specialists or people who are experts in other countries? In other countries, yeah. Well, we'll get one today from Australia, I hope. Yeah. So, yeah. 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 And then Dara says that IFAS has a strong social media presence, and that's true. They do a really good job with social media. Most universities are hit or miss, but I think UF is pretty strong. Yeah. So there's expertise we can rely upon there. Okay, so we've got short, medium, and long term. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a break, and then we'll get the last section of starting the talks at 3 o'clock. So you got 15 minutes. gather everybody up.
Didn't mean to stop sharing. Yep.
All right, thank you, Eric. My name is Bob Balaam. I'm a National Operations Manager with the USDA, Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, Plant Protection and Quarantine. I'm certainly no passion fruit expert. It's just that I live locally here in Key Largo, and somehow or another they threw out a hook and they grabbed me to bring me in. So what we're going to try and do today is just give you an overview of the regulations governing imports of passion fruit, whether it be fruits and vegetables or whether it be seeds or whether it be propagated material, and then just a few numbers on what's come in over the last 5 or 6 years or so. Where do we point this? Oh, I gotta do it. This. All right. Okay. So just some basic requirements that govern the importation of passion fruit. First of all, and this has to do with a lot of fruits and vegetables, a lot of propagated material. You have to have an import permit, both for fruit and for propagated material. And those commodities, when they come in, they will be subject to inspection at the port of entry. Now, the inspection of fruits and vegetables will be done, and some seeds will be done by the USDA at the nearest plant inspection station. There's 16 plant inspection stations throughout the country. We are lucky enough to have one, a major one, right here in Miami. The fruits and vegetables or the fruit in this case is inspected by CBP at the port of entry, whether it be Miami Airport, whether it be Miami Seaport, whether it be Port Everglades or wherever. There are specific requirements that you have to be aware of for importation of certain commodities. And a new database that is just now coming up is called ACER, Agricultural Commodity Import Requirements. This is the link. I don't have enough time to go. Oh boy. I don't have enough time in 10 minutes to go through looking at that whole website, but you can click on that. Oh, are we going to circulate these presentations? So you'll get this URL, or you can just Google ACER and you'll be able to get into it. It's relatively easy to maneuver around. You can find out based on what commodity and what country you want to import from. Those are the two important things. You need either the common name or the scientific name of the commodity. In order to get a permit, you need to go to this e-file link. That's the new one. It used to be a permit database. We're converting everything now. So we've got this new ACER. It used to be FAVOR, the fruit and vegetable import requirements. Now we have ACER, and now we have e-file for the permit section. So for passion fruit, the countries that are authorized to export or to send to the US fresh fruit is Australia, but only from Tasmania. And then those shipments can go into any US port of entry except Hawaii. From Bermuda, that's an authorized country that can go into any port. Chile, Commercial consignments are only allowed. They have to be free of Mediterranean fruit fly. There's certain areas in Chile that are under quarantine for Mediterranean fruit fly, and those would be a no-no. You can't import from there. There's pre-cleared shipments only. In other words, they have to be inspected and certified by the Ministry of Agriculture in Chile, and a form called PPQ 203 has to accompany that shipment, that or a vessel report. These are certain documents that the ministry will issue to the exporter, and they are required upon entry into the U.S. Also a phytosanitary certificate, and on that phytosanitary certificate, it's going to have to say this came from a medfly free area. But once you have all of those documents in place, it can go into any port in the U.S. Micronesia, they can only ship into Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands. Palau, same thing, only into Guam and Mariana Islands. New Zealand, they can go into all the ports except Hawaii. And there's no distribution to Hawaii. And I'm going to show you some numbers later on where you'll see a lot of stuff from New Zealand, excuse me, going into California. Well, that's fine and get into California, but then you can't turn around in California and send it back to Hawaii. There's a lot of things you're going to see. I'm sure you know of a lot more than I do of stuff that's been illegally moved through smuggling or other means. St. Vincent and the Grenadines here in the Caribbean, that's another authorized country. However, as of April 11th of 2011, when they found West Indian fruit fly there, we're no longer allowing entry of passion fruit from there. Inadmissible countries. So for everything else outside of those countries that I just talked about, you have to have an import permit. Right now, we're not issuing any import permits for any of those countries. In order to get an import permit, that country is going to have to ask for market access. And the process for that is the National Plant Protection Organization. In other words, USDA is the National Plant Protection Organization of the US. So whatever that plant protection organization is in let's say China, all right, they're going to have to submit a formal request to the USDA saying that they want to get a permit. APHIS then will have to review from a scientific basis all of the literature, all of the information available in terms of pests and diseases, whatever issues there are with the introduction. And then they have to publish that in the Federal Register and solicit comments. So people like you or growers or whoever, they can solicit, they can put comments in, and USDA has to look at those comments. So now for some of the numbers. I just pulled a few years, this going back to 2003. These are the fresh fruit imports that came in by year. And you can see 2000, what is that, 16 or 14 through 18, they were the biggest years of introduction. So altogether, since 2003, we've had 850,234 kilograms imported from foreign countries. And this is just edulis. This is just Passiflora edulis. Okay. These are the two big countries, the only ones right now that we have St. Vincent and Grenadines. Can I go on, Josh? So from New Zealand, we got over 1,700 shipments totaling 850,000 kilos, or 99.9% of the imports that we've received have come from New Zealand. And we got St. Vincent on there, but again, as of April 2011, we haven't received anything. This is the ports where they came into. And again, like I said before, a bulk of them are coming into Los Angeles in California, and that stuff should not be going from California back into Hawaii. You can see Miami Air Cargo has only received 104 kilos during that time. Now, propagation. So we're talking here seeds and plants. So if it's coming from Canada, it can go into any port. No phytosanitary certificate. I mean, no import permit is required, but a phytosanitary certificate from the Ministry of Canada is required. And they will be inspected by CBP at the border. So this is one of the few cases where CBP can inspect propagated material. From any other country, has to come in under a post-entry quarantine, which means it comes in, has to be grown in a special place for 2 years where it's inspected by the state or the feds. And there's all sorts of requirements that are involved in that whole thing. So first of all, an import permit. Oh, and there is one, but it was for, what is it? Ligularis is the only one that I could find that currently has a post-entry quarantine permit. So an import permit and a phyto is required. It can go into any of the ports, all of the USDA plant inspection stations. So it, regardless of where it comes in, makes entry, it has to go under seal to a USDA plant inspection station where it's opened and inspected. Has to come from a potato cyst nematode free country, and it has to have been grown for 12 months in PCN free soil or a soil free substrate. Yes, sir. That would be under a pre-clearance program, which currently I don't believe there is a pre-clearance program for Passiflora, but that is something that you could request in terms of a market access or as part of an import permit. From Israel, it has to be produced in a approved Spodoptera littoralis exclusion program. We have several commodities right now where we have these offshore programs where we work with the foreign government, and they will go through they'll set up a whole, well, let me give you an example. The one I'm very familiar with is Dracaena, which is a propagated material. From Costa Rica, we had like a 20% pest interception rate back in the late 90s, early 2000s. We were about ready to shut off the market access for that commodity. And we went to the Ministry of Agriculture and said, we're about ready to shut it down. You're not going to be able to ship because there's too many pests be coming in. And they said, well, how about if we work on some sort of an offshore program where we do the inspection, we do the certification, et cetera. And then only certain growers will be allowed to ship in. They will have to be part of a program. We have that now. It worked for a while, but then the pest rates went up because the growers said, well, I'm going to go ahead and pay for the fumigation of because the pest is found and not worry about it. You know, I'll take it as a cost of doing business. So then we came back and said, hey, this isn't working. From now on, any shipment that comes in that has a pest is going to have to either be re-exported back to the country of origin or Costa Rica, or it's going to be destroyed. Can't be fumigated. All of a sudden, bingo, the pest interception rates went way down. But this is one of these offshore programs where you work with the Ministry of Agriculture in that country, and they set up only certain facilities that are allowed to ship. And that's what we have for Passiflora in Israel. Seed. Seed can come in from all origins. I'll go to the bottom first. From Canada, no import permit is required, and it can go anywhere. Any other country, an import permit is required. It must enter through a USDA plant inspection station. A phytosanitary certificate is required. Have specific packaging requirements. And again, all of that will be in this ACER database. It'll explain all of this. The green and yellow import permit label must be free of pulp as well as sand, soil, earth, and other growing media. Then there's restrictions on small lots of seed. So in terms of propagated material, I haven't been able to find hardly anything in terms of propagated material coming in. The only things that I have found is seed. And since 2017, we've had about 129, what's that, about 30 pounds of seed that's come in. And the bulk of that came in 2018. And bulk of it was from China. So we've received seed from China, Australia, Italy, Germany, Portugal, India, Japan, UK, Indonesia, Peru. I haven't seen anything from Brazil. I heard Brazil mentioned earlier today, but I haven't seen anything from Brazil in the database.
I will do presentations on the marketing activities and track passion fruits in our report. So I'll give you a little bit of an background on our division within AMS, and we'll go from there.
Do you need to share your screen?
Specialty crop market news divisions, a bit of history. It's we've been in business as part of the MS and USDA for over 100 years. Basically, we are the eyes and ears of American agriculture. In other words, we report prices and movements on hundreds and hundreds of commodities in commercial volumes. And also as new product hits the market and it becomes popular and there are demands for it, we do report, again, pending available resources. Our mission and basically our motto is, and our mission is combined together, is our goal is to serve you and anybody involved in buying, selling, or trading in fruits, vegetables, miscellaneous tropicals, and honey, and of course, and other commodities, just to mention a few. Now, we have basically offices in the areas where the production take place. Although now with the technology, reporters may not be necessarily located in where stuff grows. But in particular, I know I worked in Florida for 9 years. I would say I was in Miami. I visited South Florida, and I may even have met some of you. But we have FOB offices and we have terminal, wholesale, domestic markets. We are located in all major wholesale markets. Excuse me, and that's where you really will find most of the passion fruits, and of course all other commodities as well. Retail, we do cover over 3,000, or close to 3,000 major retailers with about 30,000 outlets across the US. Farmers market and producer auctions, we do publish reports on those as well. So movement data for market news, we do again, in addition to pricing, we do movement, and that is volume been either imported or produced or shipped across, coming in from other countries, either from Mexico or imported by air, truck or boat. Yeah. Roughly 63 countries we report on imports coming from those countries. We currently move to ACE. Now obviously we rely on information that is entered by the custom border and protections folks. We go in and we get the data and we mine it and we publish it to our customers. This is an example of our report. We have an FOB. This is National FOB Review Specialty Crop. So basically the FOB, again, it's if you are producers and there are commercial producing regions and different areas, and they all depend on volume being produced. We publish this synopsis of all our FOB from the different offices are put in one documents, as what you see here, listed by commodities and districts and where they come from and the prices, and how the market, was the market higher, was the market lowers, and so forth. We have the National Retail Report. Again, this is something, as you can see here, this report is published weekly, and it covers a wide range of, we cover about 90 commodities that has been advertised for those retailers. And that report is really good because if there are passion fruit on sale in any market, you'll be able to search and find it. Again, this is a popular and newer report. A specialty crop truck rate, we do publish transportations cost to various destinations across the countries. And this is a quite popular report, as a matter of fact. As you are aware, the cost of transporting product is becoming a bit of a challenge from a truck standpoint, and obviously other costs involved with shipping. And sometimes the product doesn't cost as much as shipping the product. And this is a good way to see how that market, how the trend is moving by reading that report. We have the fresh fruit and vegetable national shipping point trend. This report is, we publish that on a weekly basis. It also gives you a synopsis of the shipment, what happened basically for 3 weeks. And you could see the changes on how the movement is changing, supply, demand, and what is expected of that market activities. So it's a very nice tools report that you could use to kind of get a glance of the market and where it's heading, and gives you a bit of an advantage to look at that report. We have the National Honey Reports. That becomes very prominent. We've been doing that for many, many years. And this gives us, it's a monthly report. We talk to beekeepers and we get informations about honeys, and we get shipment and import, and we get also prices in addition to pollination issues and problems. And I know that I was attending yesterday a meeting, and I do believe somebody mentioned that pollination is becoming an issue, and this is a serious situations, and we are working on making sure to report the activities on bees and colonies. It's a very good, nice report to kind of get a view of what's happening across the countries with bees and so forth. So we have an enhanced research tool that the API, and we're working on a mobile app as well. So you can go online and you can easily search. I'm not show you exactly what I've done a search on passion fruit that has been selling across the countries. Let me see here. We have, so this is my information. I'll make sure you guys have that. Let me just show you. I have here a All right, I would like to share this screen with you guys. Can you guys see this screen? Hello?
Not at the moment.
Oh, okay. Do I need to share that with you guys, or I mean, you're not showing it?
I think you
Okay,
have
let me
to, since you closed your presentation, I think you have to reshare your screen.
Okay. Okay, can you see it now?
The Excel spreadsheet?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so when you look at the sheet here, this is basically this is the passion fruits, the commodity names, and here are the dates, and these are the different markets. Basically, market that reported it. That when we have a reporter on the market seeing the product and give as much detail as possible on that product. So, for example, the first one here in Chicago, they came from Florida. The color, the variety is purple. And if you, it is packed in one layer, there's 28 count in there. Let me see. And it's non-organic, and they're selling for $45. Basically, high and low, the average price is $45. So this is for 28 piece. You could see another one example here where basically coming from Costa Rica, and Costa Rica shipped them. So they shipped them to Detroit. They arrived in Detroit, and they are 10-pound cartons, and they're selling for $50. Now, I would assume probably that there's really no size on that, as it wasn't mentioned. It's just simply most of what I've seen is really in counts through I've been with the program for 24 years or 25 years. So I've always seen them in one layer cartons and so forth. They come from New Zealand. You could see that too. And yeah, obviously California and Florida is the majority of the stuff that's shipped. And we have, you could see the prices. So you can get an idea when you run a custom report, and what the custom report does for you, it'll give you basically any passion fruit that has been that is selling on a wholesale market across the U.S. And you will get you'll get the origin, you will get basically the locations and the size, and ultimately the price. Now here you could see now, for example, California seems to be, Florida seems to be just shipping them. Like here, I see a 28 and a 10 count. But one is purple, one is not specified as far as what the varieties, but they're all packed in one layers, and you could see that the $45 for again for the one layer, while the 10 count, sorry, 35 for the 10 layer for the one layer, 10 count, and 28 for $45. You kind of get the gist that so if you want to know, but this is basically a wholesale price. So here's one where you see in Philadelphia, on the Philadelphia wholesale market, it was the purple varieties, and there's 28 count, and they were selling for 55. Right below that, Florida and Dallas, for 39 count, were selling for $72. What this price represents is basically a wholesale price. That means shippers sold it for probably a lot lower than that. Well, I wouldn't say a lot lower than that, but at least depending on the agreement between a wholesaler and a shippers. I mean, the shippers generally FOB is free on board. That means the wholesaler pays for the cost of shipping. So if the price they're selling on the market obviously is $75, $30, or $40 for a box of passion fruits, basically they've added into that all their costs, all costs of storage, cost of handling, cost of shipping, in addition to the profit margins. And so this could be, without an FOB, because there's really not a significant volume produced, although we would be willing to look into that and see if there's enough volume that we can pick, and we can definitely add an FOB. An FOB would give a very clear indicator, so we have enough people that can give us informations. We can publish FOB prices, but right currently all we do is publish the wholesale prices, as you can see. And this is also a guideline. I mean, if you're shipping your product to Philadelphia or to Miami, or I mean, well, to Dallas, for example, or any other area across the country, you can see how much the shipper is selling your product for, and maybe you can negotiate. I mean, it's just all depends on what type of agreement you have with your the wholesalers. This is kind of I mean, obviously I can see if I can answer any of your questions, but just want to kind of give you an idea that the market news is really useful in determining I mean, the volume, the movement, where it's going, and who's bringing it in, and the competitions. So if you're a grower in Florida, you'd like to know who else is shipping this product. And you have California, I mean, you have Costa Rica, you have other countries as well. So you're not the only one in the area. There are others are actually coming in, how their stuff is being priced. And do you sell the same product? Do you sell different varieties and so forth? So that's kind of all I have at the moment. And if you guys have any question, I'd be more than happy to answer your questions.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation. I'll ask and see if there's any questions out in our audience.
Sure.
Anyone? Here's a question.
Are there any permits required from Florida to California for passion fruit?
We don't know. All I know is, I mean, as far as permit issuing, that would be a different department. But we at the market, if it's available, like I have, like if you look at this and you see if there is any from Florida that arrives at Los Angeles, and the bulk of it is actually not. They're all coming in from New Zealand or California itself. I don't see any from Florida, although that may change. I don't like if you look at all the locations. I don't see anything coming in from Florida to California. That's something you have to really ask about another folks. California have their own rules and restrictions. I would maybe even ask the California State Department of Agriculture. They're probably the one who will actually set those rules and regulations.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and the information that you've delivered. I think it's been very useful for us. So thank you.
If you guys, I can ship you the presentation. You can share with your
Yes, that'd be great. If you want to email it to one of us, that would be good.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay. I'm just going to talk very briefly about pest control and the status of conventional and organic pest control. Oh. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to talk just a little bit about pest control, conventional and organic pest control for passion fruit. And what I've done is I've given you a handout, and this is a list of, I wouldn't say everything, but most everything that is legally registered for use in pest control for passion fruit in the US, although there are many other organic products. So it's not a comprehensive list of the organic, but mostly the conventional ones, it is pretty comprehensive. Okay, so if you're talking about pest control, big thing we've already covered today is plant selection and propagation. So cultivar is key. If it has disease, resistance or tolerance. Resistance is it doesn't get the disease. Tolerance is it gets the disease, but it still continues to be productive. Okay. Environmental tolerances also excessively, does it tolerate wet soils, high pH or low pH soils, salinity, drought tolerance, and cold tolerance. Because if your plants are under environmental stress, they're much more susceptible to insects and diseases. So that becomes important. Propagation issues, we've already talked about that. The issues with vegetative propagation and testing the material that's going to be used to propagate your plants, especially virus testing. And then also purchasing tissue cultured plants that are known to be disease free. So examples of testing the mother plants for potiviruses prior to their use. So you don't want to use virus infected plants, and the consequences: vine decline, nutrient deficiencies, reduced flowering and fruit production, misshapen fruit, poor seed set and aerial development, reduced vine longevity, and contamination of adjacent vines through aphid vector feeding, right? So trellis and plant spacing, and this has to do, we've talked about infrastructure previously, and it has to do a lot with light exposure and wind movement to dry off the vines from rainfall, and also impacts the equipment you're going to use and the personnel movement. So recommended spacings, there's a range, 13 to 15 feet between trellis rows, 10 to 15 feet between vines in the rows, and you'll see modifications of these like we did yesterday, actually. Of course, wider spacings allow more light and air movement, and they dry the vines out more quickly after rainfall events. And also, I should have mentioned previously, also orientation. So, I'm sorry? Yeah, so I was just going to mention that. So the other thing to think about, the closer you are to in the south, to the equator, the less important the orientation, north, south, east, or west orientation of the rows. The more north you go, the more important it is that it's a north-south orientation. And that has to do with the hours of light exposure, right? And it also might be important in some areas having to do with prevailing winds. So there may be some advantage to orienting the rows in a different way if the prevailing winds are having an impact. Well, for freeze protection, I can't, I really don't know because I've not dealt with it up north. But what is important for component of freeze protection is air drainage. And so if you have an orientation where the cold air gets backed up and prevented from draining off, then you can have more damage than if it has an orientation where the cold winds or cold air can move out of the planting. Okay, so that also impacts whether you're going to have wind barriers, natural or man-made wind barriers around the planting. That can impact the air drainage and air movement. So irrigation systems. So what I'm showing you there are some basic irrigation systems, micro sprinklers, mainly irrigation, limited cold protection, drip, mainly irrigation, no cold protection, high volume, under vine, and you'll see, so that sprinkler system is about 1 to 3 feet. And then the other one is a high volume over the vine, mainly for cold protection. And so, using them for irrigation is generally not a good idea because of the disease pressure that results from it, right? But it is useful or could be useful for cold protection. So here's overhead and micro sprinkler. So the potential for more diseases, as I mentioned, and then with the micro system or the drip we saw yesterday, reduced potential for diseases of the aerial parts of the plant. And of course, irrigation management, if you do have sprinklers, the spray pattern, in drip, in some soils, like our soils here, you really, if you're going to use drip, like we saw, you saw how big that tubing was for the drip. So it has to do with volume. If you have very well drained soils, it may be better to have 2 drip lines, one on either side. Why? Because the wetting pattern in the soil is affected by the soil type. If it's excessively drained, you may end up with a very narrow water, a very narrow portion of the soil volume that gets irrigation, right? Whereas if you have two lines, you've got a wider pattern of access for the roots for water. Or a microjet, it sprays out over a larger area. You're covering more of the surface, the root volume of the plant. And then also, you know, potential to place the micro sprinklers between vines or one per vine. There's all kinds of combinations. The patterns of the irrigation, especially microjets, you can get them that throw the irrigation out, you know, 3 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet. Part of that has to do with your pressure, the system of the pressure, but part of it has to do with the head that you use to put out the irrigation. Timing, irrigation management, the frequency, you know, based on weather, plant stage of development, you know, whether it's high temperatures, drought periods, flowering and fruiting period, which timing the irrigation is real important. And here we heard about, you know, frequent light irrigations is better than, you know, long between because they're shallowly rooted, right? What I was suggesting here, the sprinkler use best early in the morning when the winds are low. So if you're using a sprinkler system, you can get wind distortion with the sprinkler. So the best time to run it is when the winds are down. That's usually early in the morning or late in the evening. Pruning. So, you know, purposes: removing diseased and dead vine, rejuvenate a vine, initiate new growth, control the vine size, improve light and air movement, reduce disease and insect potential. So there's, and we've talked about sanitation with that, cleaning the equipment between vines, and then disposal of diseased tissues and things. So yeah, so it depends on what you're, yeah. So if you're irrigating in the evening and it's sprinkling onto the vine, yeah, you're going to have more hours of leaf and vine wetness. So that would be a negative, so, right? But if you're using drip or something like that, it's probably not an issue, right? Well, I'm saying, yeah, so yes. So if you're using drip though, you're not getting the vine wet other than the root system. Right. But if you're using, yeah, so if you're using sprinklers though, you are getting the vine wet, and those hours of wetness increase the chance for disease. Yes. At night. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Pruning. This is talking about pruning during the dormant period. You heard Asvani yesterday. He prunes twice a year, right? Maybe cut back to major laterals, removing the old vine or thatch, because that thatch can hold a lot of disease. That can be a huge problem for disease issues. And actually, that planting previously that we were at yesterday, when it was under different management, they were pruning the vine additional times during the year. So they had a lot of thatch, and you'll notice here the vine on the ground where they came through with hedgers and just hedged all that off, and then it initiated new growth, and they were for the next crop. But they were trying to keep that thin so that light went through it, air movement went through it. So seemed to work okay, but that planting, I can tell you, was taken out because of the disease pressure, mostly virus, but also fungal pathogens. Yeah, very hard. Yeah, exactly. Weed control. And we heard Dr. Carrillo talk about how some insects use the weeds as secondary hosts. So mowing is important. You want to control competition, of course, for water and nutrients, reduce the habitat for insect and disease pests. You know, options, you saw some yesterday: herbicides, ground cloth, mulch, weed barriers, things like that, right? Okay, so pest control. So some of the things you want to do is become familiar with identification of the pests, insects, and diseases. And that's key. Part of it too is you want to be aware of the weather conditions. What time of the year are you going to see typically different pests, right? So if it's dry and hot, you're going to see mites, you're going to see thrips. So you pay attention to what the weather conditions are like. If we're having 18 inches of rain like we did recently, you want to start, root pathogens, things like that. So you want to identify what the pest is, but also be cognizant of the weather conditions so you can associate that with, hey, it's been dry. I need to be scouting during this dry weather. Also becoming familiar with the beneficials, because you don't want to be killing potential pollinators, right? And then scouting the planting frequently. And then, of course, at least in this area, you want to be aware of neighboring crops and environments. Why? Because pests will move between crops. So I've got a bean crop that's next to me, and it gets chili thrips and gets full of thrips. And I have my passion fruit over here. The farmer is done with the bean crop, goes in and discs the bean crop. Now the thrips have moved over to my passion fruit, which is flushing. Do you see what I mean? So you want to aware of who your neighbors are and what they are doing. Okay. So again, control tactics, cultivar selection, infrastructure, irrigation, pruning, scouting, monitoring the weather, and then pest control, cultural practices such as the right infrastructure. And then if you are going to use pest control substances, using the least environmentally disruptive substances, and then progress to the more aggressive ones if you need to. The other thing, as I mentioned, is monitoring the National Weather Service. There are apps and websites from the National Weather Service, and they have current, daily, weekly rainfall predictions. And as you guys probably are aware, their predictions are getting better, especially the short-term predictions of rainfall are getting better and better. So if they predict, a 70% chance of rain today, I'm probably not going to put my fungicide out today, right? So things like that can help you. It also may allow you to increase the interval between fungicides. So if I sprayed today and I was supposed to spray in a week later, but if it's still dry, and if the prediction is going to be dry over the next 3 days, you may be able to delay that next spray, right? Save some money, save some resources. And I think that's, so you'll see the handout. There's a range of conventional and organic products. And then, like I said, try the products with the least negative impact on the environment first, and then go to the others if you have to. And the other thing too is, you guys know, the pesticide label is actually a legal document, and you have to follow the directions of the pesticide, and it can't be used differently than what it describes on that label. I think with that, I'm going to stop. Yes, Bob. Okay, so so honeybees do some pollination. They're not very good at pollinating passion fruit. So people do a combination of honeybees and hand pollination generally. Yeah. Well, I mean, definitely, you don't want to be spraying pesticides during the flowering period. I mean, and just to make a mention too, is interestingly or disconcertingly, fungicides sometimes have affect insects. And so if you're spraying fungicides, in some cases, you could be killing your pollinators. So you need to pay attention to that. If you notice that every time you spray X fungicide brand, that all of a sudden there's really no pollinators around the next few days, it's probably because it's affecting the pollinators. So you need to look at that. Just because it says fungicide doesn't mean it doesn't affect the insects. Yes, Bob. No. Yeah. So the two farms he's asking, the two farms we visited, are they using just self-pollinating varieties, or are they hand pollinating? Actually, both farms were doing a combination of both, but I would say probably the first farm we went to, which was with the reds and the purples, were doing, he talked about doing a lot of hand pollination in the winter, the second crop, and less so with during the spring, summer. Whereas the second farm, where it was the yellow types, he was saying that they almost never hand pollinate. Yeah. So there's some differences. So it's going to depend, probably be cultivar dependent. Yeah. Yeah. That is a big deal. So yeah, if you don't have to hand pollinate, that's huge. Right. Yeah. Yeah. It can be costly to hand pollinate. I think that's it.
All right, let's thank Jonathan. All right, I'm gonna go kind of quickly through my slides. Maybe I can make up some time. First of all, in this room, we've been here for a while. Let's everybody stand up just for a second and stretch your legs and maybe enjoy a little bit of relief from sitting. Yeah. I've shown this comic before, but you can see here passion fruit. The name can go several ways, but here's a good example of what makes it in this comic's sense good. However, the name's been kind of tossed around by Europeans is how it was named, but the John Smith, a friend of Pocahontas, described that the Americans here, Native Americans here, had been cultivating it for a long time. He described it as they were pushing wheelbarrows of it at one point in one period. The Creek people of Florida were eating native passion fruit, and the native names for passion fruit have all a similar form or origin where they come from. They all sound very similar. I'm not going to try and pronounce all of them. I can say maracuja. Yeah. But if you put it together and the kind of the definition they give it is that the words maru and kuya are related to meal and container or food in the form of a gourd, if you put it together. So I'm going to talk about, so another meaning of the word passion is suffering. So I'm going to talk a little bit about maybe the negative connotation of passion and passion fruit and some of the suffering the plant goes through. This is what we would call canker, where at the bottom base of the stem has part of the plant that's dying due to the infection from this fungus. And you can notice some of the red is a clear indication of this specific fungus that is causing this problem. And here that is zoomed in. So I'm going to go over a little bit of the pathogen biology, but talk about the genus, so which is a kind of a broad overview of several species within the Fusarium genus. They're rhizosphere competent. That means they stay in the soil and they eat lots of dead things and they're always there, okay? And the spores of the fungus can be easily spread when rain splashes on. They look kind of like a diving board. You drop a water droplet on there, it's gonna go flying and go where it wants to go, onto a new plant. When a plant becomes infected with Fusarium, you'll have a canker. So in this case, it can have a swelling at the stem, and sometimes it's been that way for a while on the plant, or it'll just die and you won't see that swelling every time. But the vasculature, the parts of the plant that are moving the minerals and nutrients and the water in the plant becomes discolored. It's a sign of infection. Several things can make this disease happen. Younger the plants, it's said, can cause this problem. Wounding, I think, is a big one that I found. There's other things that can move the pathogen around. Ants can sometimes cause a little bit of damage. It's not sure if that happens before or after the plant is infected, but definitely cooperative pathogens cause more problems and stress. So if the plant is under any sort of stress. So this is a kind of a generalization slide. There's two major types of disease caused by Fusarium. If we were to blanket into canker and wilt. So wilt is a very, can be a fast-acting disease caused by Fusarium oxysporum. It spreads throughout the plant, can be seen as like a one-sided wilt, where one side of the plant gets affected, and you immediately notice that the plant's thirsty. That's why it's wilting. The vasculature is shut down, so there's not water moving in that side. And that particular fungus reproduces with clonal spores. So the next one is canker, is caused by Fusarium solani. It's typically and normally at the soil level only. I have not, in my experience, been able to find it spreading throughout the plant very far. We'll see the canker, the swollen part and the dying part around the base stem of the plant. It can reproduce with unique spores, where each spore is a unique individual, also clonal, but it also causes wilt. So you get kind of the part around the stem, cutting off the water and the vasculature. So you can have similar symptoms between both. So that's why it can be confusing sometimes. Canker, however, is considered more of a stress pathogen. So the plant is usually under some sort of stress prior to having this disease. So on the left, you see some of the healthy plants and the root system within one of my experiments. And then we'll go through and I'll show you some of the disease symptoms. So I'm going to point out the red is a clear symptom of Fusarium solani. Those are its ascospores. They're little red packages of lots of those unique spores that it can spread. Those will develop, and you can see here, I popped one under the microscope. You see each sac has 8 spores in it, and they're all unique genetically, or they can be. And there it is, blown up a little bit more. So I'm gonna go through a few of the experiments that I've done and kind of try and summarize a couple of years of trial and error and tell you what I learned from this experiment. So I've done some inoculum. So the purpose of why I was trying to inoculate these plants is to perform a screening. I wanted to put a lot of varieties of passion fruit, screen them and see if any of them had different levels of resistance to the disease. One method I did was I grew the pathogen and then I made a drench out of it and I poured it onto the plants. I didn't get a lot of disease out of that. Then I also performed a drill injection. So I drilled a little hole in the stem and then I squirted it inside that hole. And I still didn't get a whole lot of disease, which really surprised me. And then I'm stepping up my game. I'm gonna do a root dip and I'm gonna cut the stem with a razor, put an agar plug on there, and I did the drill injection again. And I think what I'm learning up to this point is that it matters which isolate of the fungus I'm using. So where did I get this? How long did I have this particular fungus? And I think I learned that this fungus gets lazy when it's grown in culture. I feed it all these nice sugars on these Petri plates and it decides I don't want to go kill plants. I'm just going to eat sugars. So if I freeze this and store it and then I take it out of storage, then it's kind of waking up. And I think that's what I learned in this step is that it always needs to come straight out of storage, so it's ready to infect plants. And then I performed a flooding stress, which is something that I learned from the Passionfruit newsletter in Australia, is that they were finding that this particular pathogen happens when the plants are under stress. So plants are flooded for a period of time. You cause some root decay, other pathogens start causing problems, and that's where we'll see a greater incidence of canker. And so I was able to see some disease that way. And I found a good isolate from that study, and then I was able to replicate that with my final study with just using cutting the stem with a razor and putting that plug on the plant. And so Romina's talked about this, and we really should have had her give a presentation on this, the disease triangle. You can say disease is going to happen if 3 things happen at just the right time. If your environment's just right, if you have a pathogen that's going to really cause disease, and your plant has to be susceptible. So if all those 3 things happen at the same time, you're going to get disease. If we can disrupt this triangle in any sort of way, then it's likely that we will avoid our disease. So one of the things that we can manage for growers is weed control. Weeds compete for nutrients, so it might stress the plants out a little bit that way. But also when we're hand pulling the weeds, we're wounding the roots of the passion fruit plant in a way, creating an open place for the pathogen to go in. When we need to start our plantings with virus-free plants. If their plant is already sick, it's under stress, it's going to be more susceptible to canker. Avoid excess water, but also avoid drought. The plants, like we've mentioned, they have shallow roots, they need frequent watering, but not inundating it with water. The soil is very important. I found in my study in the greenhouse that we were actually getting some plants infected with this disease that we never inoculated. The bales of potting mix that we were bringing in had it in already. So we've been having a practice now in our lab where we put our soil through a sterilizer that heats it up. We soak the potting mix in this sterilizer, and it heats it up, and we leave it on for 8 hours. After that, we let it cool down enough to handle, and then that's what we use to pot our plants up with. So starting with your clean potting mix, clean plants, I can't stress that enough that it's pretty important. And also your soil quality is important. Just improving the health of your plant in every way you can. It's the same way with people. If we're healthy, we're gonna survive better things that come our way. So amending our soil with any sort of organic matter and our regular fertilizer program. And then sanitation, destroy the plants and keep them away from other plants to keep it from spreading, and especially hand sanitation. The spores are microscopic. You can see the giant package of them, but sometimes you can't see the other spores at all. If you're digging and removing that plant and then you want to go spread fertilizer with the same shovel, you should think twice. Rinse it off at the very least, and maybe even consider using some sort of a bleach spray or something to clean your tools. So I'd like to thank all the people that helped me. I did get some funding from Brooks Tropicals and the UF Plant Breeder Working Group. So I can take a few questions. Are you saying to control the disease issue or to make for the better health of the plant? That's kind of a hard. restate the question. You want to know if there's amendments that will help the plant grow better? Is that, and to so that they are more disease-free? I think just promoting the general health of the plant is always going to help the plant survive any sort of disease better. So
Yeah, so when you're mixing two different soil types, or let's say compost or organic matter and your native soil, you just want to be a little bit careful because the pore spaces are different in the two media. And so you want to make sure, like Bob's talking about, that they're mixed. So you sort of have this transition from the native soil to the regular. Because if you just put like potting soil and plant it in the potting soil, you're going to have water problems moving back and forth.
Thanks. Okay. Yeah.
Well, it's one of the first points I tried to make, and you stated again.
Yeah, so in more like sophisticated operations, like I know Driscoll does some meta barcoding of their soil. So that means like they get, a very homogeneous sample of soil, and then they sequence every microorganism that is in this soil, right, with molecular techniques. So they know what they're going to be facing or what they have to treat before planting, right? But that's a very expensive method. So not that it's not possible to do, but it's a very expensive method so it's an expensive test. And as Josh was saying, there is a lot of Fusarium species on the soil. So to get to that, to be able to distinguish which ones are the ones that cause this disease, it will be very hard. But in my experience, this disease is it's exactly what you will use as an example of disease triangle. You have to have all these different factors for it to appear. So if you have a healthy plant with good irrigation and fertilization and no other disease, usually it's associated to Phytophthora root rot. It's not very common here.
So with the vine being shallow rooting and susceptible to all this kind of disease, why can't we just plant them in pots and after 2 years go?
So that's something that I was thinking a lot, because the soil here sucks, right? I mean, there's no soil. So I thought, what a great idea to have a container with nutrition, with good organic soil. And then I quickly realized that that balancing the amount of water in containers is very difficult. So you usually oversaturate the substrate because there's no much drainage, right? So I noticed that container fruits, tropical fruits, or ornamentals get root rot very quickly. So you have to be very conscious on irrigation and drainage when you have pots, because it has other advantages, right? You can herbicide without hurting the plant. There's a lot of benefits to have potted plants, but there are also risks.
There is a grower nearby that does do theirs in pots, and they have done, at least from our looking at and observing everything, it looks like it's going really well for them. But they hadn't had that experience where a whole section of a row got problems. Are they 15-gallon pots? They've been, yeah, 5 to 7-gallon pots, I think. They're like this, But then this particular farm, they cut out the bottom of the pot, so they let the vine grow outside of the pot as well. So, anyways, let's.
I'll make a transition of some sort. Okay. I'm not a pathologist, but I will give a quick story because I'm discussing production in Colombia. And there, for all those people that are worried that, you know, Costa Rica, Ecuador flood the market, once they try to expand, they often get these massive disease outbreaks. So there's been a fusarium outbreak in parts of Colombia. I won't be speaking to that region that is a more lowland region. I'll be speaking to the highland regions, and what they face is climate change. So have that sort of in the back of your mind. Now, I want to set this up by saying that this is all 3 studies, all chapters in a PhD project that I co-led from the US, but I had lived in Colombia for a long time. So these are some pictures of phenotypic production, you know, field sites for purple passion fruit. And passion fruit is native to there, so it actually was a start for a basis for study. Which button do you press on this one? The middle one? Oh, want to just go down like this? Okay. Okay, so, well, the common name in Colombia is galupa, okay? But galupa is the purple passion fruit, and everything else is maracuya, okay? So finally, it has a different etymology, a different source name. And so at least for a lot of things in Colombia that's produced, maracuya is considered of Brazilian origin, imported, and the native is galupa, and it's found in North Andes and mountain environments. And there's various names with various species as well, because you know that the banana, passion fruit, the Maliformis are also in that country. So there's everything from the giant badea, which is giant granadilla, all the way up to curubas, which are very soft and difficult for export. So galupa, being North Andean, is tolerant to very cool temperatures and can be found up to 2,500 meters above sea level. And you're going to see a couple of sites where this goes on. And Colombia being one of the main centers of diversification for Passiflora genus, that whole stretch along the Amazon region, the Amazon basin, goes up to Colombia. And so you get a lot of different types of Passifloras. But since I'm talking mainly about Passiflora edulis, I'm going to use the name Forma edulis, okay? Just like people use Forma flavacarpa for the yellows. And here, who knows how much interbreeding there's been. The plant grows wild in many areas. Oftentimes it grows next to cacao and coffee plantations, and it'll just grow on the top of those and be sort of an extra crop that the farmer brings in before the coffee comes in, before the cacao is there. Yellow passion fruit, meanwhile, or Forma flavacarpa, is, or its crosses with edulis, some that get mixed up, can grow in lower elevation valleys, usually from about 400 to 1,200 meters above sea level. So quite a bit further down than the purple. Purple passion fruit up in the mountains. This is in the department of Boyacá. Here's some trellises, and you can see that they often leave one trellis empty for the airflow issue. And then they'll use this for really fast crops like beans or peas, and not put all their eggs, so to speak, in one basket, especially since we're talking about a droopy fruit like egg, you know, egg-shaped purple passion fruits. Our first paper, we had a series of 3 papers. This one was in agronomy, and it was about photosynthetic and physiological adaptation to contrasting environments. And I want to introduce you to Colombia and to the goals and hypothesis of this study. First one was to evaluate 50 land races, right? Farmer varieties, which they save seed. They often don't do cutting, so start plants from seeds again. So there are these populations, but again, we're in really self-pollinating territory with these highland Forma edulis. And with the hypothesis that Colombian Galupa land races contain the diversity to adapt to a higher elevation, non-traditional growing environment as climate changes. So everything's moving up the mountain, okay, in those regions. And what's typical about the top of the mountains? It's cold and it's smaller than the bottom of the mountain. The base of the mountain is always bigger than the top. So there's less space. These 50 materials were chosen from divergent sources. They were going to be looked at and for ecophysiological responses. And since we're talking about middle of Colombia, it's really an equatorial region that Jose Hurtado knows very well because it's near Bogota. The materials were collected land races, 8 commercial cultivars, the ones that people would sell to each other in farm to farm movement, and 8 gene bank accessions from the national program of Colombia, which is called AgroSavia. And this represented farms in 12 Colombian departments, which are about the size of states. And 2 locations were contrasting for the production. One was a mid elevation and one was a high elevation. Middle elevations are typical. And so those are around sort of 2,000 meters, and high above 2,200 above the sort of at the line of Bogota are not traditional. And this shows where they are. Susacon, which was in Boyacá, and Pasca, which is in Cundinamarca, one south of Bogota and one north of Bogota. And if you were to drive in between the two, this is what you would do. You would go down into a deep valley at 1,500, then you would go up and you get to above 2,400 meters. So Susacon is here, Pasca is here, and they're contrasting environments for pretty much everything. The collection sites for the land races were throughout the central Andes, which run in 3 mountain ranges up and down the western side of the country and have all these departments. And you can see the different colors represent the collections that were land races or commercial. The physiological parameters, I'll probably skip all this, but it was basically using a Lycor machine and then evaluating with comparison of leaf water potential, soil water potential, getting a transpiration rate, using the Lycor for a photosynthetic rate and for stomatoconductance. The results overall are that there was statistical significance between locations for physiological parameters related to photosynthesis primarily. Think about growing plants way up in the mountains. Ultraviolet light's higher. Sometimes there's more solar radiation and than there is at a lower elevation. So these were parameters that had to be looked at. We also sort of guessed at some of the local weather conditions, which include mist that come up the mountains, and those mists make cloudy and lack of enough photosynthesis. So these are long season passion fruits with pretty much one harvest and then start and get a couple of months out of it and then start again with something new. Okay, so the land races, commercial types, and gene bank entries also differed in content of carotenoids, which were measured, and chlorophylls A and B. And the photosynthesis measurements showed an altitudinal difference where there was genotype-specific plant growth. And many of the land races fit into the category of good adaptation up at high elevations. Okay, part 2 was a work only on seeds. And this was on structural variability and its effect on germination. So a total of 12 morphological descriptors were evaluated on seed anatomy for the same 50 genotypes. And germination was found to be positively correlated with the number and depth of seed pitting. How many people have looked close enough at the seed, or are they too busy slurping down the juice? The seed I like. I mean, it's crunchy.
I see the next talk will be about taking the seeds out, but I don't know what I do without seeds in my maracuya or my granadillas or my galupas. So seeds of commercial cultivars had more seed pits, and we suggested that this led to a higher germination compared to seeds of land races or gene bank. And this would make sense because if you're a land race growing in a coffee plantation and your seed drops to your fruit drops to the ground, you have to wait for birds to pick it apart, other mammals to come and disperse it, and you need for those seeds to wait in the soil for the perfect rainy season environment to start to grow, which is what happens. That's how they spread. This is, if people haven't gone and taken out their seed and cleaned it, you get a range of gray to brown to black seed and different sizes, and I'll get into a little close-up of that. This is the shape of seed, and it varies in the vertex angle from 110, for example, to 140, and also in seed size and seed shape from semi-elliptical up here, semi-elliptical to elliptical. And apart from the central axis, you can see this seed pitting, which is these little units here. The deeper that seed pitting, the better they germinate. And this is a cross section of the seed where you start to see, if you zoom in on this, that there's actually just sort of an indentation. So a place for the moisture to accumulate. And it's only 0.05 millimeters thinner than the rest, but it does differentiate in the cell types. So it's a place where there's less of that wax and more of that ability to absorb water. And that's, of course, necessary for the cotyledon and the embryo that's inside to actually push through a relatively thick seed. Okay, so if anybody has not looked inside, you can do this pretty easily, especially with some of the larger of the Passiflora seeds. And then I'll wrap up with genotyping, which is the third study. And this is where we took all of those 50 genotypes plus 50 more, because every study has to have 100, okay, to be publishable. And so we carried out what's called genotyping by sequencing. And we had a success rate with a 96 well plate of 88 purple edulis and 5 yellow flavacarpa, all from Colombian collections and the local breeding, local commercial, what people sell as seeds. We had a total of 3,820 SNPs in P. edulis itself. And these distinguish primarily the yellow and the purple, because there in Colombia, they're still pure. They're not mixed up and hybridized like they are here. And this compares well to what Josh found. He found 5,650 in edulis, if I got the number right. So I think combining those two data sets would be interesting for a reason I'll show in a second. But a warning, if you're working just with the purple passion fruit, like if you were looking at purple possum and all of its relatives, you would not be able to do an ancestry.com study like you would for all of us in this room, right? Where we might tell, at least for your kids, they're going to be related, right? So we only had 966 SNPs that were useful in P. edulis, forma edulis. Okay, so it shows the purple passion fruits alone need either more SNP discovery or more work to identify what's special about them. Population structure analysis showed purple passion fruits were very distinct from the yellow ones in Colombia. Evidence of subspeciation of the forms F. edulis and F. flavacarpa, and purple passion fruits had reduced diversity in the commercial cultivars compared to higher diversity among land races. So one thing we should be looking at when we're looking at the hybrids that exist here in Florida, right? They have characteristics of both. Has there been a reduction in the overall diversity, because that leads to susceptibility to disease and other problems that might exist. Okay, almost done here. I'll quickly go over this. This just tells you the percentage of guanine and cytosine, which
I hate to be a professor, but I am. So this tells you that it was actually a high rate. It was almost 40%. And that was because we selected an enzyme that only detected areas that have high GC, which is the areas in the genome that actually carry genes. And we did paired ends, and those paired ends allow you to take one little piece of DNA and one little piece of DNA and know what the sequence is possibly between them. The genetic tree. This is Forma edulis. See how it's a little cluster up here? And the flavocarpas are very different. So the flavocarpas were giving us a lot of the differentiation in this. And this is just what you would do if you looked at a family tree, say. This is the family tree just in the purples. And what we did notice is the green commercials have a low, different set of diversity than the land races that had been growing up at higher elevations. So to adapt, there needs to be change. There needs to be a change from what's here now to include some of the genes that are in here, some of the genes that are in the blue dots. This is another way to look at it. It's population structure, and it basically tells you that the green doesn't have any introgression from the red, in this case, purple with red and yellow with green. And then when you only look at the red part, you see that there's not a lot of distinction among lines. Each little mountain is a individual type of passion fruit. So some take-home lessons are, A, there's variability for seed size and color traits. There's some variability for germination. There's adaptation potential measured by photosynthetic evaluations with carotenoids. So I encourage you to involve a physiologist in this study, in the next studies. We really didn't get to talk about that, but sort of interesting. This is an area I really want to get into is genome-wide association studies, and marker-assisted selection will probably require more SNP discovery by resequencing of a range of purple and yellow passion fruits. And I don't know if a lot of that's being done in China or Brazil. Probably there's some, and probably it should be included in whatever project develops. Breeding for cold tolerance may need to look more widely at more purple passion fruits, and the status of the subforms of P. edulis and history of breeding and use of interspecific process for other quality traits all need further genetic research. And just to end on a happy note for my friend here, Eric, who I just met here, but he's got the coolest shirt in the room, is Passiflora incarnata. Pretty close and pretty much in this range of states that could be involved in the project. It's the Tennessee state wildflower. It was established by popular vote by school children in the early 1900s because at that time, everyone ate maypops. And for those of you that have ever been whitewater rafting up north near Georgia, there's an Ocoee River, and that's named after the Cherokee word for passion fruit. So Ocoees don't relate to maracuyas and Guarani words, but there was a Cherokee tradition that dates who knows how far back in terms of eating Passiflora. So I just did a little plug for Mississippi State University's work on interspecific process and just production potential using hoop houses, which I've said before. And with that, I'd like to acknowledge Doctora Nora Rodriguez Castillo, who's shown here. Her professor, her committee, other members, Maria Isabel Chacon, Luz Marina Melgarejo, and TSU people, include that guy over there, Dr. Shimbo Wu, and Dr. Daniel Demisi, who were PhD students at the time that all this work was done, and they're each part of some of these papers, and funding from Colciencias, Universidad Nacional de Colombia, 1890s Evans Allen Fund, and USDA NIFA. I included this for Jose, which is Gulupologos, the people that study gulupas, need to work all the time and dedicate themselves pretty much in that way using the like work sheet. So with that, I'd like to end. Thanks.
Hi everyone, my name is Ellen Garcia. I'm a first year PhD student in Dr. Tia Liu and Dr. Alan Chambers' lab. I'm in the Horticultural Sciences Department at the University of Florida, and my topic is on developing molecular breeding tools for passion fruit.
So just some introduction on passion fruit. The Passiflora family has over 400 species widely distributed in tropical and subtropical America, Asia, and Africa. About 50 to 60 of these actually bear edible fruit, but only a few are of commercial importance. And it mainly relies for commercial production on Passiflora edulis and the yellow form, Passiflora edulis flavicarpa. One of the reasons why passion fruit is so valuable, it's in nutritional value and has been found to have phenolic acids, flavonoids, vitamins and minerals, especially vitamin A and vitamin C. And it has been tested for functional properties, including anti-inflammatory, anti-diabetic, anti-anxiety, and also for their capacity to protect against heart disease. So some information on the worldwide production. Brazil is the largest producer of passion fruit and it's native to there. They produce approximately 50 to 60% of the world's production with approximately 248 million US dollars. Although they do not export. And like we heard in the earlier talk, only Australia, Bermuda, Chile, New Zealand, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines have been approved to export fresh passion fruit into the US. And the top 5 producers here are Brazil, followed by Ecuador, Indonesia, India, and Colombia with 4% of the world production. I just wanted to highlight here the production in Florida, that's mainly California, Florida, and Hawaii, with a wide range of seasonal availability that can make this crop very expensive since it's only available at certain times of the year and it can be difficult to find. So the objectives throughout my PhD program will be to advance the knowledge of the genetic control of economically important physiological traits in passion fruit, and then use this information to develop molecular tools to enhance the breeding efficiency, and so that we can increase fruit productivity and production stability to be able to meet the demands of the market. So our first approach so far has been doing transcriptomics, and we have extracted the RNA of these 5 tissues from passion fruit with multiple replicates. So we sent these for sequencing and we're waiting to get the data back, but pretty much we extract the RNA, send this in, and we can do a functional enrichment analysis that will tell us what are the different genes being expressed in the different tissues. So for example, knowing what is being expressed in the epicarp to help us understand better the senescence process of passion fruits, to see what are the different genes being expressed and how we can extend the shelf life, or knowing what are the different genes expressed in the seed, what affects seed development, and also what genes are being expressed in the pulp and how this can influence taste and metabolite production. Also, using this RNA sequencing data, we can develop CRISPR constructs to be able to develop novel genotypes and test the function of these genes as well. Our second approach has been doing proteomics, and this is tandem mass tag analysis. So we are also waiting to get this data back from the ICBR institution at UF. And we also extracted from 4 different tissues of the fruit with 3 biological replicates. So we extracted the protein in a process that took several weeks of isolating them and precipitating them. And then these are run through an LC-MS machine, and through a bioinformatics analysis, we can see what are the different proteins again in these different fruit tissues. So knowing the genes that are being expressed and also what proteins are being produced will allow us to better understand the physiological traits of the fruit. Some candidate genes that we are interested in testing are for creating a seedless variety. And this would be to improve industry and processing it to be able to make these value added products. So the candidate genes that we have selected from literature was one, the AGL11 gene. This was found as a major cause for seedlessness in grapes. So this one gene, they have identified through studying over 100 different cultivars that the mutation in this gene, AGL11, stops the transcription of other seed development genes that still need to be tested. But ultimately, it causes an undifferentiated seed coat and a salicylic acid immunity response it causes the overexpression of other transcription factors that in turn lead to endosperm degeneration, and the embryo stays at a very small size. So it does have very small size, like the grapes that you see in the store. And when there isn't this mutation, there is normal seed development because of the transcription of these genes for seed development. I also identified other 2 genes that have been tested in Arabidopsis. And when there's a mutation to either FIS2 or IKU2, similarly, there's a small seed side development without much effect to fruit. So we're in the process of testing right now these candidate genes and how they are being expressed in different tissues and also at different stages of development. So yeah, these are just some stages of development as it's growing, and this is a photo of the stage 4 under the microscope. So we are testing this using qPCR to quantify to what extent the genes are being expressed. And finally, by testing through qPCR and testing the expression of these candidate genes, we'll be working on virus-induced gene silencing. And this is a genetics tool for high throughput analysis of the biological function of these target genes. And what it does is the plant reacts to the virus uptake and rapidly degrades the mRNA. And it uses the phytoene desaturase used as a marker. So you can see that the virus is being uptaken by the leaves, causing photo bleaching. And this occurs through agro-injection of the leaves. So pretty much you can insert a target gene into a vector and grow the inoculum, inject it into the plants, and within a few weeks you can test if there is photo bleaching. You can test these with qPCR and see if the gene is downregulated, and test for the phenotype and see if test the functionality of that particular target gene. So really this is ongoing research, and we're really trying to put together some of the genomic data that has just been available in the past few years only. There was only 2 genomes available, one around 2017 and one just published last year, and trying to put out this new information on transcriptomics and proteomics to ultimately better understand what are the different genetic basis of traits that we would find agronomically important, like seed development, and also extending the shelf life and how the fruit ripens. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victor Contreras. I'm part of the agricultural economics team here at Trek, and I'm going to present you about tools to analyze your enterprise profitability, mainly focus on Passionfruit, right? So first, I'm just going to talk about the objectives of our team. And our first one is to present results for an enterprise project for Passionfruit, mainly focus on cost and return from 1 acre. It means to say that the data collected to this study came from interviews with Miami growers, mostly in that country. Additional data production collected here from Trek, and price data from interviews with input suppliers. They can also be known as chemical houses located in this country. And another objective here is to discuss the profitability of passionfruit in South Florida. First of all, let's just discuss about the revenue. We base this study on a marketable yield of 2,800 pounds per acre. For this, this is 80% of the total production, meaning that we consider a loss or a unmarketable yield of 15%, a field run price 5%, and free on board price on packing houses in Homestead. And this gives us a total revenue of $14,000 per acre per year. Next, we move into the production cost. So here you can see that the total production cost is $8,708. Now let's discuss and describe this a little. Fertilizers make most of the cost, like the main part of this. This is due to various world circumstances nowadays. Next, the second larger cost comes the labor expenses, $1,514, and the fungicides. Now let's discuss something very important here, is the pollinate cost and labor expenses. You see that this is on different cells because the pollinate cost is a very crucial activity, and some people, I know that in other states, they kind of depend on carpenter bees and all that, but here it is really crucial, and since the cost is significant, we need to put it aside because you can decide it whether make it half, not make it, or if you want to really make it, this would be around the cost it should be. And this gives us a total production cost per pound of $3.11. Now, the fixed cost. The fixed cost total is $1,650 per acre per year. This gives us a total pre-harvest cost. The total pre-harvest cost is the addition of the fixed cost plus the production cost, which is a total of $3.70 per pound of passion fruit. As we can tell so far, and you must excuse me that I forgot to mention this earlier, is that this is based on the marketable production of 2,800 pounds. Now, the overview. Here we can see the total revenue, total pre-harvest cost, the total harvest and market cost, and that gives us a total cost of $11,438. Now, just to you to know, this harvest cost and market cost is here in Homestead, right? And the gross margin, just to be sure, that this gross margin comes from the subtraction of the total revenue minus the production cost and the harvest and market cost. The total gross margin is $4,212, and estimated net returns, which is the subtraction of the total pre-harvest cost and the harvest and market cost, comes to $2,562, which give us a total revenue per pound of $0.92 per pound produced. Here we can see the cost structure chart, which we can see that 73% of our cost come from the production cost, followed by the total fixed cost making a 14%, harvest and marketing cost making 9%, and interest on capital 4%. You must be thinking, what is interest on capital? This is the cost of opportunity on investing this money into production. Okay. Now, sensitivity analysis of net return. The sensitivity analysis is basically a chart when we use base quantities and we add minor variations, 10% above and beyond, below and above, sorry, for which we can simulate various scenarios and what is most likely to happen. If our base marketable yield comes 10% down to 2,520, but we still have our base price of $5 per pound, we're still earning $1,162. And this represents all these kinds of scenarios. Okay. Now, here it does in Florida so far. Yeah. For taxes, yeah. And the insurance too, which is really surprising according to several surveys we have looked at. Uh, for this, we actually need more surveys, and because most of the people that enter the surveys, most of them give like productions of 26,000. So we need to have good data. It's not that about how much quantity is become a relevant data, right? So no, 1 acre can make $2,562 within a year. An acre per year. Yeah, I mean, you don't have passion fruit. Numbers, yeah. Because we're based this study on 1 acre of land. We're not taking this as a whole 50, 45. Yeah. No, it's okay. No, this is just the production cost running a already established acre of passion fruit. No initial cost. That's why we were discussing on the agricultural economics to make a horizon of investment up to 5 years just to make up for the replacement of the vines. Okay. So our takeaway would be that passion fruit in South Florida seems profitable so far. Now, our main costs are fertilizer, labor, and fungicides. Total labor, it's higher if you include hand pollination within the hand labor. Fertilizer and other inputs are going up way too rapidly, or what we're saying. So be careful if you're planning on jumping on this business right now. And that we need more, that welcome is that feedback is more than welcome for a more realistic budget in South Florida.
I'm going to make this quick. I just want to discuss an extension program that we have just finished on how direct marketing and digital marketing, and talk a little bit, because we had some discussions here about how we want to do direct marketing. And I have some handy handbooks in Spanish and in English, if anyone is interested that want to build their own marketing plan. But to get it, I will want your email address, because I'm going to send you out. No, we do have it electronic as well, but if you want one you can write on, you can have. We do have videos of all of our trainings, but anyways, even better, you can see my face in whatever language you want. Well, not whatever language, in English or in Spanish. So so just a little background on the importance of marketing and what's happening, right? So consumers are becoming more aware of your product. They're following you on Facebook. They want to know who the growers are. They want to know what you're growing. You're getting much more interest. I think we've seen discussions at that. Some of the data on the desire for local and direct products is really interesting. Farmers markets have increased by 180% from 2007 to 2014. Local ag product sales increased by 28% from 2015 and 2017. That was 3% of all agricultural sales. I imagine it's a lot more by now, but that's the latest data that I can find from the USDA. And that was pre-pandemic, right? And a lot of things coming out now that following the pandemic, people are more concerned about buying local products, especially with all the supply chain problems that we have. Yeah, we can get the e-copy of the book. You'll see the link. And purchasing habits from pandemic are likely to stick. We see more people buying online. There's a demand for healthier foods. People are more concerned about their health. As we've shown before, there's passion fruit can be beneficial to your health, right? So, and I want to point, this is just a new reality in agriculture marketing. You can see this is March data. You can see consumption, food sales for products all fruit products have gone up except for alcohol. I'm not going to ask about that, but you can see where fruits lie on that, right? Fruit consumption between March 2021 and March 2022 have gone up 5%. So you see, there feels like there's a more concern for some more healthier foods that consumers are going after. So how to confront this new reality? Someone already said, don't put all your eggs in one basket. One thing's always tell our growers is not to only have one agriculture activity, have diversified markets, sell in different places. As we've seen in the pandemic, if you're selling to one area that's cut off, you have somewhere else to sell, right? Diversify sales outlets, but make a marketing plan to decide about how you're going to do your sales that should go along with the business plan. And using digital tools to market your products. So these are the 9 steps that are in a marketing plan that you will have in your handy dandy manual that I can hand out to you. So you need to set clear objectives, identify your competition. So you need to know what your niche is, where you're working in, and how that sets you apart from what you're doing. Identify your target market and how you're going to distribute your products. Choose your promotion strategy. The Florida Fresh is a great one of an example, clean promotion strategy that everyone can catch and see around. Develop your pricing strategy. We can discuss that, but looking at market prices or what sets you apart in that, and making a marketing budget and continually check and see that you're improving what you're doing. But you will see that in the marketing manual. I'm not going into detail, but those are the 9 steps of an idea of making your marketing plan. So it's not such a big, cumbersome project when you do it. So there's helpful worksheets then on how to do that, that we can go over. But whoops, I think I skipped a page. Now how do I go back? There we go. And here's some resources that we have on helping you on making your marketing plan, also determining I'm sure we'll slide the slides that you can get the links to, right? But this first one is our website. So we added a website for all this project, and it has our digital recordings on how to do a marketing plan. Lori Baker from Gainesville showed on how to use social media and use internet and do marketing in Twitter and Facebook and everything. Resources on doing an enterprise budget, like what Victor showed. The USDA marketing service, if you've never been in that website, it's really good for anyone that's doing specialty crops, because that includes the terminal prices from different terminals across the United States. And that can give you a good idea of what you can set your prices for different crops. It's a really good website. And it has passion fruit, but it has a lot of other minor and specialty crops. And there's research, some sources, if you haven't used Ask IFAS, that's a great resource that provides information on how to conduct some marketing research. Or you can always contact me if you're interested in developing a marketing plan or working on your marketing.
Yeah, maybe before you get started, I just want to let everyone know our final speaker, Dennis, works with the Australian Passion Fruit Association. And he'll probably go in a little bit more about himself, but I really want to appreciate him tuning in from the other side of the world to give us some pointers and hopefully some advice on how their grower association has come together and how it's helping their growers and the whole industry in their field. So I really appreciate Dennis had to get up really early for us. And I really appreciate that he could come and talk here with us today.
Okay, well, thank you very much. My name's Dennis Chant. I'm a passion fruit grower in the Gold Coast hinterland on the central east coast of Australia. So Gold Coast is about 28 degrees south. I think we very much see ourselves as probably the Miami of Australia. So it's a big resort. area, and I've been to your lovely city and enjoyed it very much, and it reminds me very much of home. And thank you for the opportunity to listen to some very useful papers there. So when my slides come up, there's a brief summary of the passion fruit industry in Australia. It's a relatively small industry. It's one of the smallest horticultural industries in Australia, and we produce about 4,700 tonnes of fruit a year, and that's primarily for the fresh market. We don't export, and there is no fresh passion fruit imports. So effectively, we just satisfy the requirements of the Australian domestic market. There is import of frozen passion fruit pulp and canned passion fruit pulp, but no fresh import at this stage. We grow fruit all year round, and our membership, we just have around about 95 growers that we're aware of. In Australia, Australian passion fruit consumption is around about 1.7 kilos per capita per year, so we still think there's room to expand that quite strongly. And the value of our production every year is around 17 million US dollars. And most of the product is sold via the retail, and a small amount through food services industry. And I'm sure, like the US, the food services industry suffered very much during COVID with the closure of restaurants and hotels and cruise ships, etc. And there was a big shift to almost all sales going through the supermarkets. So just going through, reading from my slide, you know, as the Passion Fruit Australia Incorporated is a grower organisation. We're funded from grower memberships, but we also assist in Australia. All horticultural, well, all agricultural industries pay a levy, which goes to various organisations. In our case, it's Horticultural Innovation Australia, represents more than, I think it's around about 36 horticultural industries. So the levies that put on sale of our, in the case of passion fruit, per 9 kilogram carton, that breeding programs, the research and development is matched dollar for dollar by the Australian federal government. So we work with our growers to ensure that horticulture allocates those funds to where we think it's best used for the growers. Another big, Australia is very strong on biosecurity, being an island continent. Biosecurity is, and anybody who's been to Australia will certainly know that our plant health entry requirements are quite stringent. So we work with another organisation called Plant Health Australia to ensure that our industry plays its role in biosecurity programs around the country. We also deal with the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority. So we advocate on behalf of our growers for chemical permits. We are not allowed to use any chemicals on our plants and produce that aren't approved for that purpose for our produce by the APVMA. We also deal with our quality assurance certifiers. Virtually any product that's sold through our agents to supermarkets needs to be quality certified, and there are various certifiers that meet the what we call Fresh Care Australia requirements. And then there's our service suppliers and service providers. So, from fertilizer, and we are having the same problem with escalation of fertilizer costs here, to working on our passion fruit breeding program. So also important is industry representation. So we represent the industry's interests in government policy review, issues around market access, whether it be potential import into Australia or in dealing with competition issues with our supermarket monopolies in Australia. As I said, obtaining chemical permits and monitoring the levy expenditure. It's allocated, as I said, for research and development and for marketing of the product to ensure that we get best value for our growers out of that. Grower support. We, with our limited budget and with some allocation of levy funds, we put out a monthly newsletter, a quarterly magazine. We have field days, which are very important, particularly in promoting sustainability in our industry, and we are putting a heavy emphasis on integrated pest management, using beneficial bugs to look after the bad guys, and how we can minimise the use of pesticides, etc. We also have a website and various tools. We have a passion fruit growing guide. We have a pocket book sized field problem solver guide. We have a grading guide, which gives indications of what quality that fruit that you're grading will be regarded in the market. And we also have an online growers forum. So my apologies that the slides aren't up, but I think there was several examples there of the tools that we do provide to our growers. So look, in the absence of the presentation, that's I suppose as much as I can do at the moment.
Yeah, how far in North Queensland can you successfully grow?
Yeah, well, so we're at about 28 degrees south, so we're not too different from Miami, and Queensland goes right up to about 10 degrees south. But in reality, that's quite undeveloped, the top 600 kilometres of Queensland. So, but we do grow right up as far as Cairns and the Tableland and north of Cairns, which is probably, around about 15 degrees south latitude. And they don't grow much further south. I'm in the just over the Queensland border in New South Wales, and we're at about the limit. You can probably go about 100 kilometres south of here, and that's about the limit. We tend to grow the purple varieties here, and the more yellow or Panamas are grown in the more tropical areas in North Queensland.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Hi, Farmer Bob here. I guess the most important question is, are you letting Americans back into Australia? Can we visit you?
We are welcoming Americans, and I think we're actually allowing you to get on a plane soon without a mask from this end. So I'm actually in the airport industry as well, and we're actually removing our masks in the airports in the next week or so as well. So, but we certainly do welcome you here, and the flights are back operating again. So so you're welcome here, and look forward to. And Josh has my contacts, and if there's any people with interests, either from the academia or from the growing side, let us know you're coming, and we really would like to look after you here. But again, hopefully the slides that I sent can be distributed, and it might make a little more sense, but more than happy to take any questions through my online address. So thank you for the opportunity, and happy passion fruit growing.
Thank you, Dennis. I have a question, and there's also another question. Do you have time?
Yes, certainly. If you have time, I know it's the end of your day.
So I'm curious if there was what was the biggest barrier for your group to become organized?
Well, fortunately, I've only been the president for the last 3 or 4 years, and it was a very active organisation prior to that. And in Australia, we actually have quite a strong history of grower organisations, whether it be in livestock or agriculture generally. So from wool to beef, and right through the horticultural industries. I think the biggest challenge keeping for our growers is actually, growers are very much time poor, and our committee is generally made up of growers, but with some selling agents who are very useful in giving us market advice. And one of the problems we have here is that we're spread over a couple of thousand kilometres of coastline. So keeping contact is very important. And during COVID, the fact that we couldn't have field days was really affected us greatly, because the growers do really like to get together. So we have field days at our 3 main growing regions, and growers getting together and meeting is very, very important. So we're really looking forward to getting back to that face-to-face meetings over the next 6 months. So that's very important.
Okay, my question is, thank you for your talk. And are you familiar with the situation in New Zealand? Because we just saw some statistics for imports into California from New Zealand. So is that very similar to, what are the similarity and differences with Australia?
Yeah, New Zealand's probably similar to where we are, but they're much further south from us. But they would be like temperate growers, as we are temperate growers here. So we do have challenges. We've in the last couple of days had a couple of frosts, which are reasonably unusual for here. There are areas of New Zealand, particularly on the North Island, that would get benefit from warmer sea breezes, and there would be some production. So we're exporting to New Zealand once, but and I think New Zealanders can probably export into Australia, but there is no import from New Zealand. So I'm not overly familiar with New Zealand. We looked at export from Australia, but the shelf life of passion fruit is always a logistics challenge in exporting from a distant source producer country like us. And New Zealand would similarly be a problem, I would think.
Yeah, Dennis, this is Eric Stafne. I just wanted to apologize. We had some issue with your slides, but I do have them, and I will distribute them to everyone here so they can get that information.
Yep. You had a question about varieties?
No, I just apologizing about the slides.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but everyone will get them. We have, I have a copy, and we'll distribute those.
Thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate you. There's one more question here. What is do you have developed any special commercial hybrid varieties for your market?
Yes, we certainly do, and that's the biggest challenge we're facing at the moment. We, for instance, grow a variety called Sweetheart. It's a purple variety. Now that's really losing its vigor. The average size is getting lower. The disease resistance seems to be dissipating. So we're having real production problems. So we've had a lot of our levy fund has gone towards a breeding program working with several universities to try and develop new, particularly purple hybrids. That's still in a state of development, and a lot of growers, bigger growers, have developed and their consultants have developed some other varieties with mixed success. But certainly for purple growers at the moment, getting a new sustainable variety is our biggest challenge.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. And I believe that that's the last question for you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Josh and Eric, and thank you for all your help.
Thank you.